6 of 8 from three-point range. The Warriors lead by 11. Who pushes from right to left, finds Thompson in transition. Shot fake into an open three, and it's good! Klay Thompson now has 25 points, game's high score. He is an unconscionable 7 of 9 from 3, and Golden State is running away with it here in the third, 82-64. Steph Curry, left wing three, it is good, and the foul. He takes the bump. 2 defenders in the area. Thompson was there, Malik Beasley was there, and a 4-point play is probable here for Steph Curry.
I mean, LeBron's one of those special players, like, you know, the Michaels, Kobe's, LeBron, who bring out the best in you, especially from a competitive standpoint. And it's always an honor to match up against the greats. It's not us versus LeBron James, though. They have a very complete team, the Lakers do. I mean, the fact he's still doing this at 38 years old is incredible and inspiring for athletes, you know, everywhere.
I miss the good old days when everybody hated each other. Thanks for joining us. The Warriors may have figured a few things out. Great move by Steve Kerr, Michael Green. Klay Thompson was red hot. Steph was a distributor. The Lakers, after the first quarter, get absolutely blown out. Hello, Anthony Davis, every other game. Anthony, we'll get into all those things. We got some Giants, some Niners. Matt Miyoko's joining us. It is Friday. A tremendous poll idea by you. I love this because I'm a big Jack guy. Good morning.
Jack?
How are you?
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, all sorts of Jack.
Number 7?
Old number 7.
Or One Flew Over the Cuckoo's
Jack
Nest.
Nicholson. Like, I like
The
Jack.
Shining.
Yeah, I love all of
A
it.
Few Good Men.
Oh, it's going to be
He
tough.
just weakened the nation today. I don't have the time nor inclination to tell you how the Warriors beat L.A. last night, John.
I like it.
They
I like
stomped
the
LA.
Jack to
Stomped
lead.
LA.
I like the Jack to
Stomped
lead,
LA.
man.
Stomped
Very
LA.
nice.
Is Jack going to show up tomorrow night? He was there for their last Friday game, closeout against Memphis. We'll see if the great Jack Nicholson will be there. But what a performance by the Warriors last night, John. Right from Lakers got off to a good start. We were wondering, should you guard LeBron James like the former LeBron James? He went off. When he made that bank, that fadeaway bank with the shot clock winding down and tied the game at 40, it's like, ugh, what kind of game is LeBron going to have? He had a 14-point first quarter. He went off. But we talked about it. You know, I at some point in yesterday's show, I don't know if you remember it because you do love Jack.
I do love Jack.
Old number 7. I did say in the deep recesses of my mind, would you ever start Jermichael Green? And I said, nah, he'll just play off the bench, and he's not going to play heavy minutes. And then, because you didn't want to take Kevon out of the starting lineup, because Kevon's been getting 20-plus rebounds 4 times in these playoffs, 3 against Sac, and he had a 23-board game. And, you know, how you going to do it? But then, right before game time, sometimes the basketball gods just kind of make a decision for you, and Loon can't go. Celebrini says he can play only 20 minutes, and he plays off the bench. You go to Jermichael Green. And first basket of the game, Jermichael reads a play. He had an open shot, but he decided to hit Draymond on the slip, and he goes in and scores. He missed some corner threes early in the game. He held the ball a little too long, but then he got rolling. And his third quarter performance was epic. And the Warriors just rolled him in the second and third quarters. But the other adjustment by doing that is just putting Draymond Green on the brow right away. And, you know, I go back to when they were both younger players. When Anthony Davis was in Nolans and Draymond was just taking over for David Lee, and that's a matchup he can win. We've seen him guard bigger guys, LaMarcus Aldridge, Blake Griffin, just, you know, roots them out. And, you know, Tim Legler is the very best.
I can't wait to talk to him today.
You know, I mean, you know, we like Charles and obviously Kenny and Shaq bring a different show. But after the game, you know, he breaks down what's going on basketball-wise. If you want to learn basketball, Legs, who was a former Warrior, remember him having a lot of great shootouts with Mully in practice. He goes to the touchscreen, he breaks it all down, and just the defense the Warriors played on Anthony Davis. Anthony's part of me thinks, John, he got the same shots he got in Game 1 on Tuesday night. He just missed them, but they were also collapsing on him more and more, and he just did not have a good game. Alternate days Davis, Anthony Davis.
The weirdest thing, isn't it?
Is that what it? Well, he's not a great offensive player. I mean, he's a.
But you can tell in his body language, like he just didn't have. He just doesn't have the energy, and for him to go 30-23 in Game 1, and then just, I mean, I called him Dormant Davis. I mean, he just looked like he was just like, whatever. I mean, and if people look at the numbers, and we talked about it yesterday, I mean, in the playoffs, this is what he did in the Memphis series. Game 1, 22-12. Game 2, 13-9. Game 3, 31-17. Game 4, 12-11. Game 5, 31-19. Game 6, 16-14. This one, 30-23. Game 2, 11-7. It's just like it's the weirdest thing because he's so talented.
He's a great athlete. I don't think he's a refined offensive player. I mean, the obvious thing, and getting back to what I was saying about Draymond can guard guys that are long like that. LaMarcus Aldridge, he couldn't get close enough. But then when we were playing San Antonio in a playoff series or Portland, Pop would just put L.A., LaMarcus Aldridge, right at the bottom of the circle, restricted circle, even deeper, deep catch touches. Don't catch the ball out. The legs will break it down. They ran that high ball screen action, and he dives to the basket. He's a face-up jump shooter. You're not Bob McAdoo. Try to post down low. When he first came into the NBA, he was so skinny he couldn't root you out down there. Now he's big and strong, big legs. He's gained like 50 pounds since he was the number one pick. I think the main adjustment is just to straight post him and make, then will Draymond be able to stand up to him? If you ever have to bring a help defender over, that's not good. I think they have to post LeBron more. But, Anthony Davis, we talked about this, with Dan Wojcicki from the LA Times and all of our Laker guests yesterday. After playing 43 minutes and 50 seconds in every single minute of the second half in Game 1, could he come back and play the way he was in Game 2? No, lethargic. He was just lethargic, and the Warriors had a plan for him. And then on the other end, we talked about this, the beauty of Steph Curry, John, and I remember having debates when Steph was coming out of Davidson. What is he? He's not a pure point guard. What the hell? I mean, wouldn't you rather have versatility and the ability to play on the ball as a true 1 or off the ball as a 2? And he's much better now off the ball than he was when he first came into the NBA. Whatever McKillop needed at Davidson year to year, 1 year he's the point guard. 1 year he's the off guard, depending on personnel around him. And my main thing almost always is just get him off the ball so they don't double him. But we said this going into the game, and Stan Van Gundy picked up on it at the end of Game 1. That high ball screen was Steph, as the primary ball handler. You're going to tire Davis out. I think they made him work more defensively last night, John, by constantly initiating the high ball screen. And it was Draymond coming over, sometimes to Michael Green, and they would get Davis switched on to him. I thought Darvin Ham erred by just blitzing it, just doubling it every single time. I mean, that's kind of a defense you show when you're at home. And the people around Steph have to play on the road. Are they capable of making? We know Draymond can play 4 out of 3. We know he can play, 3-2, when he's got a numbers game and he's going to dice you up and he's just going to take it straight to the basket. That's the other thing. I mean, I thought Jared Vanderbilt guarded Steph Curry really well. Locke and trailed him or on the ball, and Schroeder as well. Just to give up on that defense and just blitz, double team the pick and roll every single time. And legs will break down Curry's ball. I mean, he is just, Wilt Chamberlain, when he made the transition, from, the Philadelphia Warriors, and he went to the Philadelphia 76ers and then to the LA Lakers. People thought he was just this dominant big scorer, and he got angry one year and he said, I'm going to lead the league in assists this year. And as far as total assists that year, because he played every single game and every minute in every game, he did. He didn't win as far as assists per game, but he had more assists than anybody in the league. That's Wilt Chamberlain. If you told Steph Curry, John, go out and get 20 assists a game, you don't think he could do it? He would break all the records, as good as he is shooting and scoring and ball handling. I mean, as far as just pure passing, left hand, right hand. And so now you just put him on the ball, and you're just going to double him every single time. He had 12 assists last night, and the Warriors wound up with 38. And then you get the ball to Draymond. How many secondary assists, the hockey assist, the Gretzky assist did Steph have, and did not even get a note in the box score? They do when they break it down with the analytics. Draymond had 9 assists. So all that action off of that, I think the Lakers got to get away from that. That's more of a we're at home, they're on the road defense. So, I mean, just, the way they played Anthony Davis, JaMychal Green being forced to go in the third quarter, he just went crazy. He made shots. He was confident. He was rim running. Got whacked on the head. He only played 12 minutes and 32 seconds, but he scored 15 points. So just a perfect game last night. And, the beautiful thing is you didn't have to play your stars in the fourth quarter. I was surprised Steve brought him back out. Steph and Draymond and Andrew for the start of the fourth quarter up 30. They just got a couple of minutes and they got out. Now, the other side of it, though, John, LeBron James played only 28 minutes and 7 seconds. AD 32-55. They're going to be obviously more prepared for the game tomorrow night. But last night was a beat LA, a stomp LA performance.
Well, like you said, the Lakers got off to that start in the second and third quarter. The Warriors just crushed them. And, it was funny. As he was hitting all those shots in the first half, my wife was actually saying to me, are they going to do something about LeBron? They can do something about LeBron. I said, this is actually good. I said, LeBron is not a pure shooter. He's going to start missing shots, and then what he's going to do is he's going to overshoot because he thinks he is hot, and at some point he's just going to stop hitting shots. And he went 1 for 5 the rest of the way, and he wasn't a factor. Obviously, he didn't play in the fourth quarter, like you said. They just pulled everybody at that point. But, the one big thing in this game of adjustments, and I'm not going to say that the Warriors have figured them out because it's really early in the series, and there's a lot of moves to be made by both teams and so forth. Steve wins round 2. He made the chess moves that won the game. But I don't know if this team can shoot well enough to beat the Warriors because you look at the plus in the three-point. We'll get into the free throws. And what was it, a minute 3 in the first half before the Lakers got their first free throw, which allowed the Warriors to get out and run and push the pace because if you're taking the ball out of the basket after free throws, you can't go anywhere. So that was a huge part of this game that they weren't fouling and they were doing such a good job. But the three-point discrepancy, you have to do so many things right if you're the Lakers to overcome that. The big question is, when you go on the road, can you continue to shoot that way, and will the Lakers continue to struggle that way?
Well, as far as James, there were many times when he shot over Steph. I remember right above the break, he made a 3 right over Steph. He went to his fade, going to his left over Steph. Since Steph's battling, he's trying to contest the shot, but James is just so much bigger, he was able to get a clean look. So he'll pick his spots when to score. This series is on now. It's 1-1. The Lakers came here with the thought process to get one. They got one. They got rolled last night. And the Lakers have not lost a home game in the playoffs, which is interesting. They played well against Memphis and obviously beat Minnesota. So I guess we'll count that as a playoff game in the play-in. But they're a different group. They got that vibe down there. They'll have a little more energy, and then we'll see where it goes tomorrow night. But the big question, I think we got to, will Darvin Ham, we'll ask Legs, blitzing Steph Curry plays right into the Warriors' hands there. And Steph can get the ball back out of it. It doesn't mean he can't, after he gives it up to Draymond, and Draymond just dissects you. When they do that, John, they got Vanderbilt on Steph, right? And they got AD on Draymond. Draymond sets a screen in the high ball screen, the drag series. And then they both double Steph. Those are their two best defenders, are Jared Vanderbilt and Anthony Davis when Schroeder's off the floor, or even on. Those are their two best defenders. They're playing 2-on-1 against Steph with their two best defenders. He immediately gives it up, and he was so clever in his passing last night, splitting him, throwing around him, dribbling left-handed. It was just dissection. And then you give it to Draymond, and now Draymond's playing 4-on-3 against 3 lesser defenders. Mm-hmm. So I understand the concept of blitzing Steph sometimes, like late in the game. We don't want him taking the shot. Just to do it over and over and over again and just play into the hand, we'll see what Legs says. I think the Lakers got to get away from that, fight through screens, have Vanderbilt lock and trail him. And then on the other side, and we want Looney to get well. He didn't look like himself last night, although he had one sequence where he had like 3 offensive rebounds right away. Couldn't do anything with it. He looked ill, though. He wasn't himself. Assuming Kavan is at full health tomorrow night, do we still go J-Mike starting on the front line so Draymond can guard Davis and spread the floor? Now what do they do? Now that they, kind of like the Draymond suspension in the sack series, you were forced to do something. Last night you were forced to make a change, and damn, it worked. Do you go that way again now?
I'm a big believer in if something works, you do it until they stop it or until it doesn't work anymore. So I don't know. I think Steve is a bit superstitious in that way as well, so I would think he would do that. The other reason I think you do something like that is let's see how the Lakers counter it. Are they going to just keep it the same way and challenge JaMychal Green? That may be what they do because the reason it was successful is because JaMychal Green executed it. And this is, you and I talk about this all the time. There are great ideas, but the public generally thinks that if it's not executed well, then it was a bad idea. It was a good idea, and it was executed well. So therefore, Steve is a genius, and everybody's talking about JaMychal Green. Had he missed those very same shots, then we'd be saying, "What the hell are you doing?" Right? So I think you keep doing it. The Lakers are probably going to say, "Okay, if JaMychal Green, you'll dictate how you're going to get beat. If JaMychal Green's going to beat us, we can live with that." So I'd think that maybe the Lakers would just challenge him to do it again. Because, I mean, what are they going to do? How are they going to challenge it? Anthony Davis isn't going to go out there and all of a sudden play on the perimeter. So I would think, long answer to your short question, I would think they would continue to do it. What do you think?
Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, we got 4 hours to mull it over. The one thing is they didn't start great. I mean, JaMychal missed some open shots. He had the great little pass to the diving Draymond for a bucket. You were down 7 points after one quarter, and LeBron was shooting the nets off. So it didn't get you off to a good start. That would more be a matchup thing, exactly, with combinations when you want Green, JaMychal Green, I'm referring to do it. And the bottom line is it may be made for you by Celebrini and Looney. I mean, it's Kevon, and the Warriors are, they're not doing anything today. They're going to fly 3 o'clock down to L.A. I mean, is Kevon well enough? Is he going to be able to get enough, meds in his system to be himself tomorrow night? He may not be. And if he's still limited to 24 minutes or so. Hell, last night, John, he only played 11:44. If you don't have, full Loon to go out and do it, the choice may be made for you, and then you just stay with the same lineup.
Well, the other thing that made it the ability to do that is they out-rebounded him. I mean, the one thing that I was concerned about with JaMychal Green in there was offensive rebounds and the way that Anthony Davis had played so well the previous game, and I was thinking, okay, well, they're gonna give up rebounding, but I'm just looking at the numbers through 3 quarters because the fourth quarter nobody played, so it was 110-80 through the end of 3 quarters, and everybody played, and at that point, the Warriors had out-rebounded them 32-23, and they had 41-31, 9 on the offensive glass, so, and it ended up even more lopsided than that, so they didn't get, it was twofold for them. JaMychal Green made some shots, made enough of it, made it so that it was a good change. And then the Lakers didn't punish the small lineup. So if that changes, then the choice may be made for you. If they all of a sudden are hitting the glass, punishing you with a lineup, you may have to make a change. But the Lakers didn't force that last night.
Well, big reason why. The Lakers shot 43% through 3 quarters, to the Warriors 56%. You're always going to get more defensive rebounds than offensive rebounds. And the Warriors made 55% of their threes through 3 quarters, 18-33, L.A. 9-24, so there's more rebounds to be had on the defensive glass. The greatest stat ever, through 3 quarters, the Warriors made 42 baskets, John. They had 34 assists.
That was amazing.
On 42 baskets.
Yeah,
that
nice.
is Warrior basketball.
All right, hit us up. What did you think of the game? What do you think of the series so far? Tied 1-1, and obviously things ebb and flow based on a win, but it certainly feels like the Warriors have figured some things out. Hit us up on the text line, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll read the best ones. Tim Legler, who is incredible at breaking all this stuff down. He does it with Scott Van Pelt late nights on ESPN. He's going to join us at the bottom of the hour, and we'll get all into it. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
On
KNBR.
The Warriors dominated the Lakers. 3 takeaways after the Warriors crush L.A. to even the series in Game 2. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, I see moments you work for. You might not see them all the time when you're in the gym, when you're conditioning, running 1,000 miles, but those short moments of, euphoria and that flow state where you just feel like you can't miss make all those hard days more than worth it. And I was just trying to get the crowd going, and it's always fun when you shoot the ball well, but it's even better when you couple that with a win.
It was a Klay day in the 127-100 win over the Lakers to even up the series at one game apiece, going down to L.A. on Saturday, 11-18. 8 of 11 for Klay for 30. And he's going to be all charged up going down to L.A.
May take a dip in the Pacific Ocean, John, like he did a few years ago when they went to play the Clippers. Tim Legler, you see him on TV on ESPN. He was a really good three-point shooter. One of the first guys where they actually ran plays for him on the three-point line, and he was a Warrior with Chris Mullin. Washington won a three-point shooting title there as far as percentage. He'll break down a lot of different elements of the game like he did with SVP after the game last night on ESPN. But Klay Thompson, wow, John, just when he's right and his shoulders are square and under his legs, and he's not drifting, even though he can make that incredible left hand, drifting to his left up against the backboard shot that he made against Sacramento in Game 7, and likewise against the Lakers earlier. He's just, there's nothing like him. And you think of Klay, and Legs was a catch-and-shoot guy. He's just locked and loaded. And just very few dribbles required, 11 of 18 from the floor, 8 of 11 on the three ball. Klay Thompson, in his playoff career now, John, 6 times he has made 8 or more three-point field goals. NBA record. Ray Allen, Steph Curry, Damian Lillard all have 4. Klay has 6 of them. And think about, Game 6 Klay and closing out Memphis last year, what he did. And, Game 6 Klay in Oklahoma City in 2019. It's usually Game 6, but yesterday, as you say, it was Klay Day in Game 2. But it wasn't just the catch and shoot. There were a couple of balls where he released where he had to put the ball on the deck. There was one where, again, it's Anthony Davis. They get a switch, and Anthony Davis picks up Klay, and he drifts to his left, and he had to dribble like 2 or 3 times to pull Anthony Davis a little bit further away and then just rail to 3. And then my favorite play of the entire game, it was 40-40. Late in the first half, it was 54-50, and there's a timeout. Steph Curry comes back into the game, and Steve Kerr just runs the greatest ATOs after timeouts. And this one is a BOB, not bring your own beer, but a baseline out-of-bounds play. And Klay is the one inbounding the ball. It's incredible. He inbounds the ball to Draymond, takes a handoff. Anthony Davis switches out to him, and he's still a couple of steps beyond, inside of the three-point line. So he has to dribble back behind the three-point line to get the 3, but he's so confident and so feeling it, he puts it on the deck and creates a shot off his dribble, and now it's 57-50. And then Steph, got into foul trouble, John. The way the Warriors closed that first half, I thought was really key to get up 67-56 after it was tied at 40 and it was 54-50. But that Klay Thompson ATO BOB shot at the end of the first half, that's not just catch and shoot. That's Klay putting it on the deck and creating.
All right, let's get to Tim Legler coming up next. Obviously, like you said, he can break down Klay and the sharp shooting the first 2 games of the series. What does he think? He does a tremendous job on ESPN. I especially love it when he was with Scott Van Pelt late night. Did another tremendous job last night breaking down the game. We'll talk to Legs from ESPN next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Nationals on Wednesday, May 10th. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
The Papa and Lun Show now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
To Poole, up ahead, Thompson, right side of the basket, layup is good. 99-74. It's all Warriors here in the third with 2:05 to go in the quarter.
Thanks for joining us. We are all tied at one game apiece, 127-100. The Warriors win after three quarters. It was 110-80. The second and third quarter, the Warriors go off. Anthony Davis disappears, and Clay goes off. We got a ton to talk about, lineup changes, all those kind of things. And Tim Legler does an unbelievable job. Love he and Scott Van Pelt, late nights with the breakdowns on ESPN, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hey, Legs, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. You guys got to be feeling a little bit better, right?
Yeah. On a Friday, everybody's a little nervous. Lose that game, you're in a lot of trouble, especially at home. But they turned it around.
They did turn it around, and there's a lot of reasons for it. And it was, I think, a couple things that stood out to me right away. I think just utilizing Curry differently, I think, changed the game. They putting the ball in his hands more from the beginning. Letting him handle the ball 94 feet, playing more like a traditional point guard, makes it much more difficult for the Lakers to be able to, deny him, keep him from getting the ball certain places of the floor that he wants to. His handle's too good. He's too creative. So you're going to have to basically sell out and just take the ball out of his hands with traps and allow them to play 4-on-3, which they never really got to. Or you're going to have to go back to now what you tried to do in the first game, which was deny him a little bit more and try to do everything you can to force other people to handle the basketball. But I thought that was the biggest difference in the game. Obviously, Clay was spectacular, but just in terms of strategy, that's what the Warriors needed to do. Pretty obvious, and they did it, and they executed to perfection. And it goes to show you what a great natural point guard Steph Curry is if he ever chose to be that.
Without a doubt. If he just chose to lead the league in assist Legs, he could get 20 a game if he wanted with his dexterity.
Yeah.
And you broke down, a couple of behind-the-back left-handed dribbles he had, to get the ball in the pocket for a shooter. But just tell me about the adjustment now. And I was surprised Darvin Ham went to that because it did work well to have Jared Vanderbilt, on ball and then lock and trail him. He was bothering him. And then when you double Steph in that scenario, so you got Vanderbilt on him to start. Let's say Draymond brings the high drag ball screen. He brings Anthony Davis there. So you've got the Lakers' two best defenders, Vanderbilt and Davis, are playing 2-on-1 with Steph. Steph gives it up. Now you're playing 4-on-3 on the backside, and certainly with the Warriors at home and JaMychal Green and Draymond making the pocket pass for the assist that he had last night. What do you think they do going back to crypto as far as how do they handle the ball screen with Steph Curry tomorrow night, Legs?
Yeah, and look, you don't have much of a choice with Steph, like in terms of getting these ball screens, depending on what area of the floor they're set on. You can't go under it, and when you try to trail and go over the top of the screen, it requires perfect positioning on the part of the defender or the screener. And it's hard to communicate that stuff. Very few teams are committed to do it the right way for that long a period of time. You can do it for stretches in games. Hard to do it, for 48 minutes, night in, night out in a series against a guy that's that dangerous. Because any mistakes you make on it, he's going to burn you. But you don't have a choice. You have to chase over the top, and then you have to get that big to either have to do a hard hedge where he's out there showing so he can't just pull it, or a flat-out blitz where you're forcing him to give the ball up. The thing is, what I thought with last night, I didn't think the Lakers accomplished really either of those things. They weren't fully committed to one way or another. I thought a lot of times they had guys in no man's land. And part of it was because of what I said with Steph Curry and his handle. This is why you want him to have the ball more up the floor, because he's so elusive and creative with either hand and where he can go. He now takes what you were preparing to do defensively in terms of sending him to a place where there's going to be known help because you went over it at shoot-around. Well, now when you take a guy with a live handle like that crosses over, goes behind his back, spins, and gets out of that area of the floor, now chaos ensues because that's not what we talked about in the game plan. I've said it repeatedly in all the years I've been doing this. Nothing breaks down a defense like a live handle, because everything you do in a film session and preparation and a walkthrough, it's always predicated on where the ball is going to be at a given point in time. And now let's talk about how we are going to react and help and shift based on that. Well, when the ball ends up not being there, now you're forcing guys to make decisions on their own in real time. That's when mistakes are made. That's when really talented players and teams that are willing to, move it and shoot it the way the Warriors did last night can absolutely pick you apart. So they've got a lot of work to do, the Lakers, on the film, to try to figure out what they're going to do now if Curry's going to handle the ball 94 feet. Because you can't ask Vanderbilt to deny him the ball all over the floor, like after made baskets and after misses. It's not feasible to do that. So instead, now Curry's got the ball. Vanderbilt can pressure him up the floor, turn him a few times, try to wear on him. Bottom line is he's going to get multiple screens set before he even gets into the scoring area. How are you going to defend those? And the Lakers didn't do a very good job of it last night.
The voice you hear is Tim Legler, of course, great analyst for ESPN and former NBA three-point champion and player. So as I'm looking at the numbers, plus 26 beyond the three-point line in the first two games, 15 in the first game, 11 in the second. And the Lakers did so many things, including plus 20 on the free throw line in makes in game one, so they overcame that. By change of venue, can the Warriors continue to shoot like this and outscore them that way? Because then the Lakers would have to overcome it in some way. They weren't able to do it on the free throw line in game number 2, which allowed the Warriors to push the pace, not grabbing the ball out of the net the whole time. But as a shooter yourself, moving venues, can the Warriors continue to do this? Will the Lakers, guys like Reeves and D'Lo and guys like that, step it up just because they're at home?
Well, I think where the home crowd is going to help the Lakers and the home venue is going to help them more, I think it's with their defensive energy. I thought they got gassed last night. I thought they let go of the rope. They kind of just caved. And they looked like a fatigued team, which is interesting because the Warriors played 7 games, but I didn't think the Kings series was particularly physical. That's the kind of series that can wear on you when there's a whole lot. It's an alley fight. It wasn't really that kind of series. It was more like a shootout. And the travel was non-existent, really. There was no issue with the travel. So if there can be such a thing as a 7-game series that doesn't wear you down, I think the Warriors played in one of those in the first round. The Lakers look like the fatigued team. And the reason they're fatigued is because I think the last round didn't prepare them for this. Playing Memphis is very static sets. High ball screen with Ja, okay, great. That he's not going to pull it from deep too often. You'll give him that shot if he wants it. So really, you're talking about is load the paint on Ja Morant on any ball screen action, and then Bane with some stuff off down screens, all right, and then every now and then throw the ball to Jaren Jackson in the post. That's all they do. So for the Warriors, it's totally different. Chase, run, play all the way through the shot clock, get back right after a made basket because the ball's being pushed right down your throat. Even if it doesn't lead to initial offense, they're making you get back. So I just felt like the Lakers were not prepared physically from a conditioning standpoint to deal with this team, like multiple games in 48 hours. And that played a lot into it. So now you change venues, the adrenaline will help in that regard. It helps you not fatigue as easily. You get energy, you drive it, string together stops, the crowd gets into it. It makes your defense better. I don't think the shooting, changing venues is a big factor for these two teams, particularly the Warriors. I mean, those guys could go to an outdoor playground with 8-mile-an-hour tailwind, they'll be able to shoot just fine. It's a different level of shooting with those guys and the way that they get their shots. So I don't think the shooting would be a factor. The question is going to be this, very simply. Do the Lakers have the competitive will defensively to do what you have to do for 48 minutes against a team that's never going to face a deficit that they're afraid of? They're going to just keep coming at you. Do the Lakers have the physical and mental toughness to play the way they have to defensively to beat that team 4 times? I personally don't think they do, and I think you saw some of that last night. Now, they're going to be better defensively, no question, in Game 3. Will it be enough? That's the question.
How about on the other end of the floor, Legs, and the Lakers offensively? And obviously Anthony Davis was dominant in Game 1, not nearly last night. And you were breaking it down. They just ran that high ball screen for him, and he faced up. And some of that mid-range shots that he made in Game 1 did not go in. And also the Warriors kind of collapsed on him. But you also made the point, Draymond has a way of guarding guys out on the floor effectively, and he gets help from, everybody. Do you think they'll just call more straight post-ups for Anthony Davis and try to use his size and length and James as well? You know, he's a tough matchup for a lot of the Warriors inside. Do you think they just try to be more physical, deep catches in the paint, and try to power the Warriors tomorrow night, Legs?
I think that's the formula. I really do, because that you got to, what you have to do in a series, when you play a particular team in your matchup, you got to use what differentiates your team from the other team. And that's what it is for the Lakers. It's physical size, length, strength, skill, particularly those two players. LeBron, for whatever reason, has never been in love with being in the post. Never really understood it, because I've always felt like when he wants to, he can control the entire game from down there, because he's such a great passer. I mean, he can see what's coming. He's got the IQ to read it, and then he's got the strength and the size to get that ball from point A to point B on a rope anywhere. And that's very hard to recover if you're going to double team and then try to close out with the velocity he puts on the ball with his passes. But he doesn't like to be down there. It's very strange. Anthony Davis, I don't think is in love with it either. I mean, I've often joked about guys like him, with their frame and just their mentality. 2 shots to the kidney turns him into a corner 3-point shooter. It's amazing what it happens to those guys. Yeah. So he doesn't love it either. But here's the thing. Regardless whether they love it or not, you've got to have some packages and wrinkles to get him the ball in some other way besides a ball screen where he's then diving toward that foul line area where he can catch it. In the first game, he was getting those little push shots and just shooting 12, 15-footers over the top because he's so long. Great when that goes in. He missed a few of those last night, but overall, the Warriors weren't allowing him to even catch it as much because they were doing a much better job on show and recover, and then the guys on the opposite wings and corner were pinching in to such an extent it looked crowded to the passer, so the ball wasn't coming there. Okay, so if that's the case, you're Darvin Ham, you're Anthony Davis, or LeBron James. What are you talking about a timeout? Well, let's get him some direct post-ups. How about we get him some situations where you just run a little brush screen on the wing and give him the wing to himself in the short ISO area of the floor. He loves that area. He barely touched the ball there last night. And then the last component for him, he had 1 offensive rebound. 1. I mean, that's inexcusable against a smaller team like the Warriors to get 1 offensive rebound in 33 minutes. That's just a guy not going. So if I'm Mark Darvin Ham, I'm challenging him in that regard. You got to give me 5 or 6 of those. With your size and length, kidding me? And then we're going to put in some wrinkles here to get you the ball in other places on the floor so it's not so predictable where we want you to touch it, because he is the difference for the Lakers, and you see it from game 1 to game 2, and that's why we don't really know what we're going to get from Anthony Davis from game to game.
What's amazing about that, Legs, just to continue the Anthony Davis talk, is last night you would think, and you don't need a coach or something to tell you, okay, the Warriors are going small. Well, when they were the regular size Warriors, you got 30 and 23. Now they go small, and not only do they start small, they're rotating. So they're one big man in the entire game, and you're not dominating. I get confused when I see, and this is just what's happened in the playoffs. Big game, nah. Big game, no. Why is it that Anthony Davis can't lock in every single game?
He's really a guy that he's actually almost like an enemy of his own success, because he has these games. And I thought game 1 was one of the best games he's ever played since the day he came into the league. He had bigger monster scoring nights and maybe even better statistical nights overall when he was in New Orleans. I've never seen Anthony Davis be that dominant, like all over the floor, offensive, defensively, rebounding basketball, just to paint a turret the entire game. You know what he does? I think he goes home, feels really good about himself, comes to the arena the next game thinking, all right, well, I guess they're not going to let me do that again. He's almost like he's anticipating these adjustments coming to him, so he's not in the mindset of, no, like a Shaq would be, I am here tonight again to rip your heart out. I am going to destroy you. I'm coming here to do damage. I don't know that he gets himself into that state of mind all the time. Obviously he doesn't, because some of it's the Warriors. A lot of it is Anthony Davis, just internally. Like where is your will to dominate the opponent? He doesn't have it all the time, and it's honestly what the Warriors are counting on. Because if he plays with that level of focus and intent that he had in the first game, it's going to be very difficult for Golden State to beat them. If he does that every single night, because there's just not an answer for him when he's playing that way. Any team, really, but especially the Warriors, because they're so small. And he just shows up and he does you a favor. It's just I'm not in that mindset tonight to dominate. And now, boom, there you go, 1-1 series. And now let's see what happens. In the Memphis series, it was like 1-3-5. He was great. 2-4, he was not. And then it was a 3-2. What do you do in Game 6? And he shows up and ends it. They blow him out by 40. So he's such a difference maker, guys. It's the whole. I don't feel like the whole series hinges on it, but man, that's a big part of this. And it just starts with his own mindset as he's getting himself ready to go to the arena.
2 elbows in the kidneys, and he becomes a corner drift shooter. I love that line. What do the Warriors do with the starting lineup? Kevon shows up ill. He can only play 20 minutes. He doesn't even play 12 in the game, and they don't need him. JaMychal Green goes into the starting lineup, and he is your corner drift shooter, which is a whole different wrinkle to the Warrior offense. If Kevon is healthy, Legs, do they go back to him, or have they found something with JaMychal Green?
Man, what a tough question. And it's funny because obviously now that we know the result of what it looked like last night, it's now a question, right? Because normally it'd be like, no, what are you talking about? No way. Looney's been spectacular for them. It's incredible how much value Kevon Looney has added throughout this postseason. And you see how important he is, not just with his rebounding, but also defense and then his passing. And what they do, passing is so important for their bigs. But the way they looked at the start of the game, just the way the spacing looked overall, playing smaller and forcing the Lakers to react to that defensively and to be able to cover that ground. And it just looked different. It looked more comfortable for everyone on the floor. So I think maybe they stick with it. Looney will play more than 12 minutes, but because, hopefully he feels better, and that did play into it. But I think now, you look at JaMychal Green, you say, that was a nice look for us. And I give him all the credit in the world, man. It's one thing to stay ready as a pro and he gets credit for that. That's one thing. It's a whole other thing to actually make the ball go in. Like that's not something that a lot of people could do when they haven't played a whole lot. It's a lot of pressure. They lose that game. I don't think they're winning this series. And he steps up there and knocks those things down real comfortably. So I'm going to be honest. I don't know the answer to it. I don't know what they're thinking internally, and I guess we're all going to have to wait to find out.
Like, Joe, quick, just take us into a shooter's mind. Clay was great last night. He's wanted to play the Lakers, grew up with the Lakers. His dad's a broadcaster, so he's going to go down there and be pretty amped up. But just last night, he had some of those shots, especially those threes where he went 8 of 11, pretty high difficulty factor. What did you see from Clay, and what do you expect from him the rest of the series?
Yeah, man, is he not the ultimate co-star or what? It's just it's unbelievable. Like you don't want to call him a wingman or like the supporting actor, right? I feel like that doesn't do him enough justice. Okay, he's a co-star. That's what he is. He had everyone's back last night. He had Steph's back. He had everybody's back because they needed him desperately to be that good. Look, he was hunting them early. And he's always hunting, but when he hunts early and bags some stuff, now all of a sudden he's totally locked down. It's almost voracious. He's insatiable, like how hard he's running to spots and how quickly that thing's coming out. And he had some tough ones early that's pretty much set the tone for his entire night. And I just thought he said it after the game. I thought it was so true. He said he was rushing a little bit on some open looks in the first game. And I think it's because that guy wants it as much as anybody that's ever played in this league. How badly he wants to play well, how hard he is on himself, squeezes the ball too tight sometimes because he wants it so badly. I think he recognized he did that in the first game. He loosened up his grip a little bit on the ball, and he was more relaxed in his overall mechanics and stroke and whatever was going on between his ears, too. He wasn't pressing as much, and he got it flowing. And once a guy gets like that, strings together a couple shots, you got a long night on your hands.
Great stuff. Legs, keep it up, man. It's really fun watching you break all this stuff down. We really appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Anytime. Enjoyed it. Take care.
Thank you, Legs.
That's Tim Legler. He's one of the best, man. Especially
Legs Day.
He and Van Pelt. Oh, man.
Broke it down beautifully.
Yeah, I hate leg day. Leg day.
Insatiable? Yeah. Did he say insatiable, John?
Draymond.
What does insatiable mean,
Draymond.
Isaiah Thomas?
Wow. That was awkward.
You never heard of Marilyn Chambers?
Oh, boy.
He was sensational.
I don't care if 2% of
when
our
I hear the
audience
word
got that one.
insatiable,
That was outstanding.
I think of Maryland and a horse. They got the Kentucky
outstanding.
Derby tomorrow, by the way, John.
Yeah, I got a great. You know what? Somebody posed me a great question on the Kentucky Derby, so I got to ask you something coming up next.
Mint
on
julep.
that. Oh, I love a mint julep, man. And we also got to erect the pole. You came up with a great idea today. I can't wait for it. It's Bob and Lund on a Friday. Keep the text coming about questions, comments, thoughts on the Warriors tying this thing up at 1, and we'll continue next only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You heard me talking last summer. I learned about the CLR procedure, custom lens replacement, from my good friend Dr. Craig Bindi and the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. I had it done on June the 23rd, and the procedure literally took 20 minutes. It gave me the eyes of a man about 30 years younger. I went from being a 60-year-old old man to 30 years of age. I had 20/20 vision, and now I can see near, far, wherever you are. It's been so amazing. I had it done. John Lund had it done. He had the CLR procedure done in the fall. And now the two of us are experiencing the miracle of modern vision correction. So if you're like us and you're sick and tired of needing glasses or contacts to get through your day, call right now and schedule your free consultation with the team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They've taken care of patients for over 25 years, including over 100 NFL players, and they want to help you as well. So now, call right now, schedule your free consultation. That is 877-GET-2020, or you can visit them online at bayarea2020.com.
wherever you roam, throughout your home. Listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Man, I love Jack. I know he's a Lakers fan. I love that Jack and Jack Nicholson. Jack and Jack. And Johnny,
number 7.
and Jose
and
and everybody.
Jack Nicholson. And it was last Friday night, John. He appeared at the Laker game for the first time in a couple of years. Had his son and his grandson there, and he's wearing a little bit more of a friendly waistband. He is 85 years of age. Looked like he had his pajamas on, but I'm just wondering, and, Anthony Davis fell into Diane Cannon's lap. We got the old guard Laker fandom there going back generations to the Showtime Lakers, and Jack's been a Laker fan forever. Is he going to come out? Is all work and no play going to make Jack a dull boy? Will he come out and watch the Warriors and Lakers tomorrow night, on a Saturday night on ABC, or even on Monday night for Game 4? I hope so.
Yeah, me too. So, do we have the 4 up? Have we decided on the 4?
3
we
or
have
a
3
lock.
or 4. We have
3 or a lock.
So we're doing, for the poll, we're doing best Jack Nicholson movie, and obviously The Shining, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and A Few Good Men. Is that where we're going? Is that the 3 locks? Is that right?
Well, so One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest that's got a little bit of a basketball theme to it,
Right.
because there's a character in there named Chief.
Yep.
And remember, they're playing basketball out in the yard. Nurse Ratchet allowed him to go outside and play. That was classic. And, he just, Chief, just pick up your arms and put the ball in the basket. And that's where Robert Parrish, the one-time Warrior turned Celtic Hall of Famer, got his nickname, was the Chief from Jack Nicholson. So that's a great role for him. Obviously, The Shining.
Yeah, that's got to be there.
That's got to be. And then you got, A Few Good Men, and we just heard it, with Tom Cruise, and I don't have the time nor inclination. You just weakened the nation today. I mean, it's all the great
So
lines
good.
in that one. I mean, his role as Jimmy Hoffa in Hoffa was incredible. As Good as It Gets was a tremendous movie as well. One of my favorite times, I met him a few times doing Laker games. When I was with the Warriors. We were in the Forum Club. And one time I'm there with Jim Gray, and Julius Erving was retiring. So Jim was going around the room trying to have people kick in $100 or something to buy Dr. J a gift for his retirement from the media or from wherever it was. And I turn around with Jim Gray, and Jack Nicholson's there. And Jack hears us talking and reaches into his wallet and pulls out like a Hunsky and gives it to Jim Gray and says, "Everybody loves the Doc."
I
And
love
just
him so much.
walked away. But my favorite moment of Nicholson of all time, I'm doing a Warrior game at the Forum. This is the height of the Showtime Lakers. And Jack's sitting there courtside, John. And he's got a foot-long hot dog, completely loaded Chicago style. He's got a big beer in each hand. And on each side of him, he's got the twins. He's got 6-foot blonde twins on each side of him wearing purple Laker cocktail dresses, miniskirts. And I dropped the line, and that may be the 4th movie here. Now that is as good as it gets.
That's nice. That's nice.
So.
A few thoughts on the text line, 415-828-5627, 415-828-KNBR.
Pritzy's Honor.
Pritzy's Honor is on there.
Chinatown.
He was
5
amazing.
Easy Pieces,
Now,
Easy Rider. Where are we going
Those
back?
are all on there.
The young Jack?
A lot of people like him in Batman as the Joker. I thought he was amazing, but I don't know if you call that a Nicholson movie.
Yeah, I wasn't
necessarily. I think an underrated one is
He
The
was great in
Passenger.
that.
The Passenger is a great movie with Jack. I thought that was great. But I'll go with whatever. I mean, there are so many good Jack movies. I don't know that you could go wrong. If he's not my favorite actor, he's like second. I mean, I just love him. Everything
De
he does,
Niro,
I eat it up.
Pacino.
Yeah. All those guys. That's kind of all those are in my wheelhouse. I love it.
Christian Bale's pretty damn good.
He is, but I loved him as the Joker, but Heath Ledger was very good at it too. So, I'm open. A lot of people are, like you said.
Did you see Hoffa? Did you see his
I did
role
see
as Jimmy
Hoffa. Yeah, I didn't love the movie, but I liked him in it.
Oh, he was amazing as Hoffa.
Yeah.
You didn't like Danny DeVito?
No, it was good. Yeah, I'd say
Danny
it was good.
DeVito was there. Was Danny DeVito there last night or the game?
He was there last night. Yeah, he was there last night. Yeah.
With Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. Sam Darnold was there last night, John, hanging out with Kittle.
We're going to talk to Mayoko about it.
Why are you all down? You don't like kickers and you don't like Sam I am?
We'll see.
Super Bowl is going to be Darnold driving him into field goal range and Moody.
We're going to talk to him. So
why get down on Darnold?
I'm just not as big
so
of a
biased.
fan.
Let it go.
The one time I've told you this story before, and I was just telling the guys in the control room, so we used to have live mics. I don't think they do this anymore in the NBA, but we used to do live mics, and I could walk around before the game, and you go in the locker room an hour and a half before they close it, 45 minutes before. Whoever's in the crowd, you could talk to, and I was put in queue, which means that the producers can hear me, but it doesn't go over the air. So Jack Nicholson, Western Conference Finals, 98. He's walking with Woody Harrelson in the parting of the Red Sea, and you know how this is. At that point of the playoffs, it's hard to even work out on the floor because there's so many people. So they part the Red Sea, they come walking through, and of course, the producer is screaming at me in my ear, "That's Jack Nicholson. Go get Jack Nicholson. Get him on the show." And so I'm like, all right. I walk over to him. He's got a handler, and I said, does Jack do any radio? Explain who I am. And he says, well, I'm 22 years old. I'm young, and I'm nervous. And
so what year was this, Jack?
This is 98. This is 98.
You're 22 and 98. Now
I was a little bit older.
Go ahead.
But you know where I'm going. So so I ask his handler, and his handler looks at me and goes, "Ask him yourself," first of all. And so
wow.
I'm like, oh, okay. And, I'm all nervous. I say, Mr. Nicholson, Mr. Nicholson, John Lund, Utah Jazz Radio Network. You think you could do a couple minutes and we'll talk some Lakers? And he looks me up and down and he says, I used to do radio, but I don't feel like doing radio today. And,
that classic.
But what's so great about it was I didn't even realize till afterwards. I had my hand out to shake his hand the whole time, and he's just looking at me like, "Put your hand away, kid." And he never
reached back.
He just looked at me like, "I am not touching your hand. I'm not coming on your radio show." It was outstanding, and I didn't even care. I didn't even care that he did. The fact that I got to interact with him for 3 seconds was like, this is amazing. And you and I, we talk to athletes and stuff all the time, but actors and stuff like that, I don't know. Just, that's a different deal for me. I just that's Jack.
And the players feel that way.
Absolutely.
You see LeBron,
hugging him.
Oh, yeah. Jack's 85 now.
He's incredible.
He's an older man. I remember coaches, standing right next to him on the sideline and looking at him, whether it was, Don Nelson or Greg Popovich or whoever great, opposing coach you want to mention. I mean, he was as big. The first thing when I ever went to a Laker game was look and see if Jack was there. And if Jack was there, you knew it was a big game. And he was there just about every home game if he wasn't away doing a movie. And then, when he got into the finals, he'd show up in Boston. I mean, he's just a huge basketball fan.
He's the best. All right, so having told all those stories,
so what's the fourth?
What are we doing?
Now?
What are we doing for a fourth?
Well, so One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is a lot.
100%.
He won an actor. He won an actor for best actor in that. As good as it gets, he also won the Oscar.
Yeah, so that's
in
3.
97.
Right?
So I would just to me the 3 that we mentioned are absolute.
Or do we just do 3?
Locks. Well, I mean,
we can do 3.
He was so good in Hoffa. He was so good and as good as it gets. I don't know.
All right. Okay.
Definitely Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
The Shining.
Yeah.
A Few Good Men. That's not debatable.
I think Danny said he has made
How
a decision.
How about Chinatown? How good was he in Chinatown?
Is great. Yeah, no,
Easy Rider. We're going to a young Jack. 5 Easy Pieces. Come on.
I think Danny has made a decision. He just told me it's as good as it gets. You good with that for number 5?
Yeah.
All right.
Has he ever made a bad movie? Yes. About Schmidt was not a good movie. Not a good movie.
Yeah.
Why would you make a movie about Jason Schmidt? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's
it wasn't
a great
very
point.
Interesting. That was kind of a flat one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, there's been a couple. But
Carnal Knowledge?
Yeah. Let me see.
No, he was in Broadcast News. Remember in Broadcast News?
He was great. What was the one with Sandler? That was just okay to me.
What's the last film he's made? It's been a while. The Bucket List in 2007?
I have to go back and
look. He's been in semi-retirement for a while.
All right, so we'll use those 4. Get on Twitter. We'll have 4 choices for you, and we will tweet that out momentarily. Danny will, KNBR will, I will as well, and you can vote. So best Jack movie, Those are the 4 that we're going to choose. We'll get into that. Bottom of the hour, we'll flip it over to the Giants. Andrew Baggerly is going to join us. Has everyone gotten over the what did you call it yesterday? The trots.
The trots.
Why is it the trots, by the way?
Why? I don't know.
Why is
it the Persian trots? Is that a slang of my Persian friends? Why? My dad would always call it the Persian. Let me see. It's got to be.
Somebody look that up.
It's got to be a line I shouldn't be using.
Probably.
It's got to be a. He would always say that. I don't know why he said that.
Careful.
I don't know why.
All right.
The Persian trots. No.
All right, we'll talk to
Persian
Bags.
horse. Speaking of the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we'll get the poll officially erected. We'll do that coming up next. We'll get you ready for Bags and some Giants baseball and what's going on as they finally get home after that long trip. We'll talk to him about it in about 20 minutes. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. The great, and I do mean great, Mike Krukow. He joined Murph and Mac to discuss the Giants' pitching staff, looking like they're poised to turn a corner heading into the next homestand. That podcast and more, trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I don't want to be selfish. I want to let the team know that I'm buying into whatever we got to do, and I'm just here to help. I just want to help win, and they kept telling me stay ready, make sure I kept getting the work in so I can be ready when my name is called.
JaMychal Green there, and he made the Steve Kerr decision work, executed, good idea, executed well. JaMychal Green, just 12 minutes, but 6 of 9 from the floor. Nice. 3 of 6 from three-point land. He scores 15. Will they stay with that lineup? That's the big question. 127-100 for all intents and purposes. 110-80 at the end of three quarters, and the Warriors make the next chess move. What will the Lakers be up to? We'll continue to discuss that. Andrew Bagley is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll get into a bunch of Giants talk as they are finally home, and I'm sure that they slept well in their own beds last night. So we'll do that at 11:30. Make sure that you stay tuned. And Danny will let me know when the official poll is up so we can play the big fancy open. Somebody, and I'm not going to name names because you'll get mad at them, suggested Mars Attacks.
I get mad at no one, John.
Mars Attacks. We're not putting Mars Attacks in the poll.
If you ask Jack Nicholson to rank his best movies of all time, where would that one be?
Last or close.
Pritzi's Honor. How about Pritzi's Honor?
That's a good one.
Didn't he meet Angelica Houston then?
I mean, every actor has, a handful that they just went, ugh. But they probably got paid a ton of money to do. I mean, they probably looked at the script and said,
Jack has a handful. I don't know if Jack has. It's not like
Marlon
Brando and the Freshman when they put him on ice skates. It's not like that one. Can you do Don Corleone on a Triple Lutz? Sure. How much you paying me? No, Jack doesn't have that many.
A couple.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
And it wasn't his fault.
Exactly. That's what I think. I don't think that they're his fault.
How do Warrior fans feel about Jack? I mean, he's one of those guys, and I went down there to the height of the Showtime Lakers and the Kobe era and, the haughty Lakers, but Jack's just different. Jack was he was incredibly cool. I mean, is anybody, as far as a celebrity fan, align themselves more with a sports team and Billy Crystal and the Yankees? I don't know. Robin Williams was a big Giant fan, but not like Jack Nicholson and the Lakers.
No, I think
celebrity.
He started it.
He invented it?
I think.
Jack and the Lakers?
Well, let me ask you this. Outside of Jack with an NBA team, I mean, there's a bunch of Laker fans and everything. So E40 is the biggest.
Matt Damon and Ben Affleck and all the
Red Sox.
teams.
Okay.
Yeah.
E40 with, the Warriors, and
Front row
he's a
40.
big fan. But, I mean, Jack kind of started it all. I mean, there's certain guys that, certain people, I should say, that are big fans. But, I mean, Jack's started sitting courtside.
How about James Gardner and the Raiders going back way?
That's pretty good. That's
Rockford
a good one.
Files. That's a good
Ice Cube and the Raiders.
Ice Cube and the Raiders.
Yeah, there's a few. But, yeah, I mean, I'd be hard-pressed to say that there's somebody that, at least from not only from a fandom standpoint, but also from a star standpoint, you put the two together, that's pretty tough to beat.
I saw on Tuesday night for Game 1, John?
Who?
Jimmy Goldstein.
Oh, he's the best.
Friend. Now, he only comes out for the playoffs. And
yeah.
he's at a lot of Laker games, but he really does not like the Lakers. He's more of a Clippers fan. But he's just a big NBA fan. And you see Jimmy, I mean, just about every time you saw him, he'd have a woman on his arm. I remember one year during the Warriors dynastic run, I think we were in Cleveland, and he introduced me to this 20-year-old Russian woman who had never seen an NBA game before. And I'm like, wow, she's a new fan, and she just loves the game. Huh?
Exactly.
Like, wow, you just flew her in for postgame? So I said, Jimmy was by himself. He was hanging out with Michael Mina, I think, the other night. And I said, Jimmy, where's the woman on the arm? He said, these tickets cost too much money. I got to fly solo now.
He's classic. For people who don't know, you'd know him if you saw him, but Jimmy, he's always got, first of all, he's always dressed incredibly well. And then he's got, interestingly, gray long hair.
Big
hat, gray long hair.
He's a super fan.
He is. He's amazing. And he's been doing it forever. I mean, when I first started covering games and he was courtside, I mean, he was legendary then. I mean, he's been doing this for 40, 50 years? I mean, it's amazing.
We had him on the show a few years ago during the Warrior run with the Cavaliers, and I wanted to hear some stories about late night, and he wouldn't hardly go there. I wanted to hear about him hanging out with Wilt and Jack, but he wouldn't really go there. But he's slowing down a little bit, Jimmy Goldstein. But he's still there. I still see him courtside. He'll be there, and he'll be there for certainly Saturday and Monday when this series goes to crypto.
By the way, Tony checks in Spike Lee and the Knicks. There you go. And Spike Lee travels everywhere.
He does.
One thing I would say about him that's different is he's not just at MSG. Wherever they are, that's where he is.
And he's right in the middle of the action. Jack sits in his seat.
Yeah.
Spike's up guarding Reggie Miller coming off a pin down. It's like, Spike, do the right thing. Sit your ass down.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And then he wears Nick colors. He's got the orange eyeglass frame like he went to George Kittle and Zenny Eyewear. I mean, you're right. Now, how do you battle that one? Spike Lee versus Jack. Wow.
That's amazing.
That's a good one. I forgot about Spike Lee.
Your Maryland Chambers reference is going to get my my Twitter account completely axed. My goodness.
Why?
I know who she is.
Insatiable?
People don't have to send me pictures of her.
Is it?
Sans
clothes. We are running the Kentucky Derby tomorrow, John, so... There ever been a horse named Maryland Chambers?
By the way, that was the question I was going to ask you before. If there was a horse that you would run in the Kentucky Derby, what would your horse be named? You don't have to say it now. Give it some thought. My thought would be,
who won last year?
I haven't watched Kentucky Derby since Seattle Slew.
No, but last year was like a 20-1. So a year ago at this time,
you're right.
I was with my mom. My mom, it was 2 weeks coming up on the 1-year anniversary of her passing. And we were picking the Kentucky Derby.
That's right. It was like a 40-1.
There was a horse called Charge It that my mom liked. So we went with Charge It. But then I really wanted this. It was Strike It Rich. Wasn't it Strike It Rich?
I'm looking at it right now.
Strike It. And it was like a 40-1. Mm-hmm. And I was going to.
Rich Strike. There you go.
Rich Strike. I remember saying, well, Strike It Rich with Rich Strike. We didn't go that way.
You almost did? But you didn't.
No, but I didn't go. It was 40-1.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Didn't do it. Lost.
Yeah.
Lost.
See, that's the greatness of it, is somebody who doesn't know at all, and they'll just go, I like that name, and then they win, and that's incredible. But
the favorite is named after a former NBA referee, Joe Forte. I believe the favorite for tomorrow's Derby is Forte, John.
Is that right?
So we're not going to go with Pavetta or O'Donnell or any former great Rudolph, any great NBA referee from years past. I don't know. If you had to come up with a name for a horse, what would you pick?
Well, I'm just throwing out some parameters.
Gold Rush.
So I'd like something that would be funny when the racetrack announcer had to scream it. It's kind of like when
Who's
you name
the guy?
it.
Don Johnson. Who's the guy that has to do the and coming down the stretch, lick my balls by an inch.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
What would you pick?
Well, first of all,
Daddy my anus? Whatever you want.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, first of all, I've told you this before. I've done that, and it's very difficult, and I got booed lustily. I did it at Portland Meadows in Oregon one time.
You had to do a track announcer?
It is hard, and you and I have since rectified this problem, but I was pretty much blind.
What kind of binoculars you have to have for that?
The race announcer he was a friend of mine and said, hey, we want you to come up and do this, and he explained everything. But what's hard is, so you look at you're doing race 6 or whatever. So you look at the horses, and you got to memorize those horses on the fly.
And the colors, right? And the numbers.
And the numbers. Yeah. And then you got to be able to see them. And then you got the cadence and all these different things. And so I thought I was prepared. And I tried. And I did a few races, obviously not on Mike. He's like, all right, it's your turn. And I get on there, and I completely blank the names. And so I'm like, number 6 on the outside. And so then the guys in my ear trying to whisper, like what Steve Martin and what was that movie where he's
Cyrano.
Yeah,
Cyrano
that's exactly what was going on. So he's whispering the names in my ear, and I'm trying to do them back. And the problem is that these, the people betting on horses, they want to know what the hell's going on. And so I do it. I made a big deal of it after, beforehand. Yeah, I'm going to go up there and call a race. I come down the stairs.
Make it up. Secretariat by a length over affirmed. And here comes Whirlaway.
I'm not kidding you. I come walking down the stairs. Boo!
It's Seabiscuit coming out of nowhere.
They didn't know what the hell was going on, and they got bets on this thing. They're not happy at all with me. So I just slinked right out of there. I'm like, see you later.
Oh, my God.
It's pressure. A lot of pressure.
You know who's great at that?
Who?
Paul Allen.
It's hard. I could see him being great at it.
He was here in the Bay Area and did it for years. He still does it in the Twin Cities now.
It's hard.
But he doesn't use the same binoculars that we use on football games. He's got like the Hubble telescope because you got to get right there. and get tight. Otherwise, you're so. But Paul's really good at it. I would be afraid to try that.
You do well at it.
I could do hockey. Hockey's the one I want to try.
You do?
There's no way I could do horse racing.
It's hard because what he does is, and so you're the racetrack announcer for like 10 races. Well, these numbers and obviously they change every single time. So number 6 last race was whatever, Tanqueray, and then the next one is whatever, like you said, Mr. Balls.
All right. So what's the name we're coming up with? Lick my balls and scratch my ass in a photo finish.
But that's what I'm saying is I'd like to come up with a name where it's really funny and the guy has to say it over and over again and people are getting a chuckle out of it. So I got to think about it. But yeah, somebody asked me that
what
question.
What would you come up with?
Like what? Because
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Right. Make it really hard on the guy.
Tagovailoa. What name could you come up with?
That would be amazing.
Incredibly
The
different.
guy's like, I hope this guy doesn't win the race. Michael Hawahuanuni or whatever.
Oh, not him.
Somebody
Not
that
him.
the kid out of Northwestern, whatever his name is, who they didn't pick, thank goodness. But that's kind of what you would do. So anyway, we blew this whole segment. Can we?
Anyway.
Well, okay, let's do the poll after we talked about
Jack's movie.
Yeah, we got the 4. It is erect, but I didn't. But I looked at this thing and we're running out of time, and I don't want Bags to be late. He's a very busy man, so we got to get to some baseball talk. But we got on the horse names. What else did we talk about?
Because it was all because Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, that's right.
Draymond Green, if the Warriors are insatiable.
He didn't know what that meant.
Draymond's like, what does that mean?
And he wasn't playing.
And I thought Maryland Chambers right away.
Oh yeah, and then all these people started sending me pictures on Twitter of Maryland Chambers.
Is she even still alive, Maryland Chambers?
Good question. Can we look that one up?
And she's a big horse racing fan.
Something like that. Yep, I don't need any more Maryland Chambers pictures. I promise.
How about that? How about that for
kick
name
me
of a
off.
horse? Maryland Chambers on the rail.
Amazing. On the rail.
They're lower in Maryland.
Amazing. All right, Bags is going to help us with some Giants talk coming up next. Coming home, some of the issues. We're a month in, a little bit plus on that, but the first month of the season for the Giants. We'll talk about it with Bags next, only here on the Sports Leader. This is John Lund for the Dolan Law Firm. You hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know? I didn't know this. Many of them, they're not even based here. Many times, you're not even going to see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Of course, Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are different. They've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they're dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they've been repeatedly recognized not only as the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area, but the entire state of California. The Dolan Law Firm, they've recovered more than $1 billion, that's with a B, in verdicts and settlements for the clients. They know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. They'll evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm. They live here. They work here. They win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The whole trip was very grindy, I guess. Like it's been a mental grind. It's been a physical grind. I think 3/4 of our clubhouse has the so like it's not like it's been a mental and physical just like grind. So it'll be good to get back home for sure. Hopefully go away. You know, we'll be better in a couple of days.
That is
Wow.
Logan Webb, who pitched very, very well to finish up the road trip. And along those same lines, Andrew Bagley at Extra Bags. Make sure you're following and reading all his great stuff in The Athletic. He's home as well. But as you retweeted, which this sounds ridiculously high. The average American uses an astounding 141 rolls of toilet paper a year. That sounds high to me. Sounds very high.
So, you know, we're owned by the New York Times now and Wirecutter. Wirecutter, the fantastic online resource that tells you, you know, basically, you know, which stereo system to buy or which, you know, phone to buy, whatever. So they just came out with the best toilet paper to buy. And I thought, this is perfect corporate synergy. I write all about how the Giants have the craps, and you can go on Wirecutter and find out which TP is the best to buy. That is corporate synergy at its finest.
That is outstanding.
It's not Charmin and Mr. Whipple anymore, Bags? Do you want to divulge, or do I have to do the research?
Don't squeeze the straw. I don't know. You know what? I don't like buying toilet paper and here and there. It takes up too much room in your cart.
Oh my gosh, no kidding.
I don't like to use a shopping cart. I like to use the little hand basket so I get in and out faster. And you can't really do that if you buy, the 12-pack roll. So I do what everybody else does. I go to Costco, once a year or whatever. And I'll tell you what. The key is get one of those Toto Japanese toilets. It does most of the work for you.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we have. We are the
once you go Japanese style, you never go back.
Never. Yeah. It's barbaric. Anything else is barbaric, I'll tell you that.
The cushy tushy is my preference. So we kind of cleaned it up there. You said craps, trots. I guess if you're a pitcher, you don't want to use the word runs, but we do know what he's talking about. So what was was it obviously just a product of the trip to Mexico, and how many Giants had the trots?
Well, I'll tell you what. So, obviously it's pretty easy just to assume, well, they went to Mexico, someone drank the water. But I'll tell you what, the league basically was overly cautious in what they recommended. They said, we recommend you only eat at the hotel or, at the ballpark. Gabe Kapler was not happy with the ballpark food. Apparently it was, they brought a lot of stuff with them. They were like, don't eat the meat because it could have steroids in it. I mean, like, there are guys who go to Mexico in the off season and I guarantee you they eat steak. So it seemed to me to be a little bit overarching, but there were guys who followed every single protocol or every single sort of piece of advice, and they still got sick. So I think, and some of the trainers were saying that the fact that guys were going down here and there and even getting sick in Houston after they'd been, several days after leaving Mexico, that made them think that maybe it was something viral and not necessarily something that, was because everybody, ate something they shouldn't have eaten in Mexico or something. So I know it's quick to blame that, but it sounds like it might have been something sort of viral that went through the team. So anyway, whatever the reason, there were a lot of guys who were laid up and not feeling too good.
And I know Susan Susser said that for you guys, I mean, there was a lot of good ballpark food, and I know we talked to you last week about it. I mean, all the media members came out okay, right? And but the players were being so careful and they got sick. That's weird.
Well, I wouldn't say 100% okay.
Oh.
I think most of us had to power through, I think, a little bit here and there. Mm-hmm. I can't say I felt 100% well, but I tell you what, I totally echo what Susan said. The ballpark food was fantastic. I had flautas that were really good. I had a negro aguachile that had shrimp in it and all kinds of vegetables and stuff. And, and a little pro tip, you take the aguachile at the end, you pour it in a beer, and you got a pretty nice michelada there. So, I mean, I eat probably, I don't know, 6,000 calories a day, I'm sure. and maybe my liver was paying for it a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, wish he had more time. But I think we all kind of tried to maximize as much as we could. Every meal, every chance to sit down and eat something, drink something. Brought back some Mexican coffee with me. So made that this morning. And we'll bring a little to some of the folks at the ballpark today. Yeah, it was great. I mean, it's a lot of fun. Mexico City is just an awesome place to be.
Yeah, and as you say, 23 million people, so baseball, and they are going to go back next year and play some games. But your overall takeaway, baseball related, the home run derby we had on Saturday, it calmed down a little bit on Sunday, but the combination of the altitude, and the turf made for offensive baseball in many ways. Then you lose the shortstop, you lose the center fielder. So just your main takeaways from the two baseball games that were played there, Bags.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be good if they fixed the turf, because right now it's unfair for pitchers. And, going in, it's going to be unfair at 7,300 feet. I mean, Brandon Crawford hit a 485-foot home run. And, Brandon Crawford's a pretty strong guy, but he's never hit one beyond 440 before. So, that just sort of tells you that, you put it in the air and it's going to go. But then if you hit it hard on the ground, it's not only going to get through, it's probably going to be like an extra base hit that's going to roll the wall, because it just goes so fast on that turf. So I think if they could do something to replace the turf and make it a little more, try to slow the game down a little bit, because, I mean, just the exit velocities of major league hitters off of that turf made it, the combination made it pretty unfair, I think, for pitchers. So that would be one good place to start. For me, I looked at the second game in Mexico City, and the Giants were on the verge of having a huge inning. I think it was about the fourth or fifth. And then they got to the bottom portion of the lineup, and it was Bart strikeout, Wisely strikeout, and I think Wade made it out. And it just sort of hit home to me that one of the reasons the Giants are not winning a lot of games and outscoring teams is because it's hard to turn that lineup over. Their lineup just doesn't have that depth from the 7, 8, 9 spots, and then you lose Yaz, you lose Crawford. And now early in the season, it was hitting lefties that was the problem. And now you got Mitch Haniger back, you got Austin Slater back. Now it's the other way around. It's probably having enough left-handed bats to face a right-handed pitcher, especially with Yaz out. That's a big loss. So the fact that the MRIs came back and it didn't show that he had any torn tendons or things that would require surgery, or, it's grade 1. Haniger's strain was a grade 1, and we all thought he'd be back by opening day, and it turns out he was, missed most of the month. So you have to hope that Yaz doesn't require that kind of timetable, but he's hopeful that he'll be back, with a good portion of May still to play, and Crawford's hopeful he'll be back when his 10 days are up. So, they just have to kind of muddle through, and we know that they can pitch, and they don't walk a lot of guys, and the bullpen obviously has to get a lot better, and they have to do a better job of scoring runs without hitting home runs. I mean, they've got Lamont Wade Jr. with a 440 on base percentage right now, but he's only scored, I think, 12 runs all year. And I think most of those have been either him hitting a home run or scoring on a couple other home runs. So, they've got to find a way to keep the line moving and have some more of those maybe 4 or 5 run innings where they're maybe not as dependent on a homer. And I don't know if that's within them to do that, just because they're not a super athletic team. They don't have a lot of sprint speed guys outside of Tyro Estrada. But, there are nights that they're going to have to win that way and without the home run. And I think they're going to have to prove that they've got the recipe it takes to win some of those games. And it could start in this series here with the Brewers.
Andrew Baggerly joining us. Giants sitting at 13-17. They're back home. They'll take on the Brewers, then the Nationals in this homestand. We haven't talked to you for a few days. Obviously, it's May 5th. But just the first month of the season, we're a month in. And it's hard in baseball because it's such a long season that you don't want to start panicking or making any kind of generalizations. But we're coming up on in 10 more games, kind of the 40-game mark is usually when people start forming an opinion on a team. But just first month into the season, what opinions have you formed?
Well, I think just touched on a few of them. I mean, the fact that they're not a really athletic team, the fact that, the defense, I think, has been better than maybe we assumed. But especially J.D. Davis, I think that his defense at third base has probably been the biggest pleasant surprise on this team. But, I think they've got to get a little more established work out of the rotation beyond Cobb, Webb, and DeSclafani. And DeSclafani, a lot of positives. Tyro Estrada is having a great season. He could be an all-star. He might be the most valuable second baseman in the league right now. Wade is doing everything you want from the leadoff spot. They've got a lot of things that have gone right. but it hasn't added up to really winning enough series. And they've had to deal with their challenges. They've had people out, and I don't think that it's going to get to this magical time when once they get everybody on the field. I mean, it's an older team. It's a team that's going to have guys on the injured list from time to time. So some of the storms they've had to weather, I think they've done a good job at, but obviously the pitching hasn't been there consistently, and they've given up way too many runs from the 7th to the 9th inning from a pitching side. So, I think just more consistency is probably the number one thing they have to do, and finding more ways to, score runs besides the home run. That's something they're going to have to show they can do.
13-17, they're 4 under. Dodgers are starting to get hot. They won 6 in a row, so the Giants are 5 back of them, and the Giants have got to, solve the bullpen. But you go back 2 weeks ago today, and they were 6-13, and then they win 5 on a row out of nowhere against the Mets and Cardinals. They lose the last game of the homestand, and then they go to Mexico City, and it's weird. They drop the first one in Houston, Bags, then they win the next 2. And it also coincides with their decision to release Gary Sanchez, not put him on the roster by the May 1 date. And then Joey Bart and Flem made the mention on the postgame on Wednesday, they were off yesterday, that he thinks it was Joey's 2 best games consecutively in the big leagues. Getting Camilo through the ticklish 9th on Tuesday night, and then offensively, he's able to jump one in, turns on one, had a couple of nice hits, scored a run, drove in his first run of the year. So with Sanchez gone, Perez gone, Wynn's gone, and obviously Blake Sable's there, but the catcher's interference, the pass balls. Is it finally Joey Bart's time to get the runway to show that he's a major leaguer, Bags?
You know what? I asked him that very question after the second game in Houston, after they had released Gary Sanchez. I said, look, do you take anything from that? And is this maybe time that you can finally settle in? And he basically said, look, that's what I've been trying to do this whole time, but I've just been trying to do what I have to do to be a good support system for the pitchers and compete as best I can at the plate, and just not try to think about it in those terms of, is this my job? Is this my role? But I mean, they're human beings, and if you feel that it's your spot, then maybe you stop trying to play to prove a point, and you're just really playing to compete. And I think that you talk to the pitching staff, and they're all very complimentary of the work he's put in. He's there early every day. He's trying to get better. He's been asked to make a lot of adjustments, a lot of changes, and there have been times where maybe he thought this was his job, and then other times that he's reminded very publicly that it's not his job yet. So, but I agree with you. I think he had 2 really good games that he caught there in Houston, and maybe his worst moment this year was earlier in the year when Taylor Rogers had a pitch clock violation with a 3-ball count. And, I think it might have even been with you guys that I said that just can't happen in a major league game, especially with a 3-ball count. You got to make a mound visit. You got to do something as a catcher to take charge of that situation. And I thought that was maybe his, worst looking sort of optical moment of the season. And so it starts happening with Camilo, and everyone in the Giants dugouts yelling, throw any pitch. All of your pitches are good. Throw anything. Just don't get a pitch clock violation on Yordan Alvarez to bring the tying run to the plate. And Bart had to take 2 mound visits, 2 of them back to back with a 3-2 count. But he did it. He made sure that he took charge of that situation. And obviously they've got a few things to iron out with Camilo, and but in terms of avoiding what would have been just an inexcusable mistake, Bart made sure that didn't happen. So, I mean, that is like tangible growth right there when you see a moment like that. And if he's doing that, if he's making that adjustment, he's doing that with a lot of other areas of his game as well. So I agree. I think it's been pretty promising so far. And, but we know that he's got to continue to show that he can make consistent contact and cut down the strikeouts. He's done a good job of that as well. So, it's been all good signs. Patrick Bailey is a AAA, and he's a switch hitter, and he's a guy that this front office drafted in the first round. So, he's going to get a look as well. So, the competition never ends, and I guess that's true for any player in the big leagues.
Hey, Bag, speaking of that, as they sit at 13-17, you kind of strategically, you let your team marinate a little bit. You try to figure some things out. You don't panic as a front office, but at some point you do say, okay, we got to start pushing some buttons here. We got to start going with some different guys. David VR is struggling. You had said earlier this week on KNBR that you were shocked a little bit, or surprised, I shouldn't say shocked, that you were surprised a little bit that Casey Schmidt didn't have a locker. When do they start saying, okay, that's enough with David VR or with this guy or that guy, and start actually pressing some buttons and trying to make some moves?
Yeah, the more VR struggles, the more urgently the Giants may have a case of the Schmitz, I guess you could say.
Because he is working at second base, right?
Yeah.
So he can play everywhere.
He has gotten a couple starts at second base, and it's something he's never done before. I think the Giants, that's sort of what the Giants do. That's what they believe in. They believe that you're going to have more value if you're versatile at multiple positions. I know that this is a real back and forth argument that people have within the game as well, not just fans, which is, do you just leave a guy alone and you say, look, Casey Schmidt is a Gold Glove potential third baseman, leave him there, let him excel, take sort of the bird in the hand, versus, hey, we can make this guy even more valuable by having him play multiple positions. It's a good argument. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, but the Giants clearly feel that they can, enhance the value of players by having them play at multiple spots, and that's what they're doing with Schmidt right now. And, I think they realize there will be some struggle with him offensively in the big leagues. He did just hit his first homer the other day. But he will swing and miss outside the zone, and he doesn't draw a lot of walks. But I think also you could look at what VR is doing right now and say, well, Casey Schmidt can hit 140 in the big leagues. So I really thought we might have seen him in Houston. I really thought that they might have made that move. But VR also, I think, has shown defensively that he's played an improved third base. He's played a much improved second base just in the last month. I mean, he made some pretty big mistakes early in the month. There was, I think, a play where he didn't cover the bag, where Brandon Crawford had to eat a ground ball. A couple other plays that come to mind, but he's gotten better on the spacing aspect and the cover aspect, I think, as the month has gone on. And he's worked really hard with coaches to do that. So credit him there, but obviously it's been a difficult watching him compete at the plate. I think if you look at in-zone swing and miss rate, he's about the third worst in Major League Baseball. And if you look at out-of-zone swing and miss rate, he's also third or worst in baseball. So, a lot of swing and missing right now. And those strikeouts just stop rallies. And we've seen that happen too much in this first month. So, if they get to a point where it's not working, then we might see a change.
Great stuff.
The case of the Schmitz.
Very
you
nice.
Had to go there.
Perfect
You had
timing.
to go there. Which
Yes.
leads to our poll question today, Bags. You're on every Friday, and we have Danny's big poll. The Warriors are playing the Lakers. Jack Nicholson, he has been away from the Lakers sideline, the super fan, for a couple of years. He was there last Friday when they closed out Memphis, so we're hoping the great Jack Nicholson will be back for tomorrow or Monday. Do you have a favorite Jack Nicholson movie? About Schmidt, I would say, is the worst one he ever made. So we've already used our Schmitz line.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Jack movie, Bags?
I mean, there's so many good ones. I mean, As Good as It Gets is a really good movie. A Few Good Men, he's got some just classic lines, but I don't know. I think One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is my favorite, just because he nails McMurphy. He nails that character for just his sort of mirthfulness and his charisma. And then you just really feel so devastated at the end of the movie with, no spoilers, I guess, but he just nailed that character. That's to me, that's the Jack Nicholson character.
Good call, man. We've got that poll up, and we're just getting the votes on now. As always, great stuff. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good. Take care.
Thanks. That is the great Andrew Beck.
3-time Jeopardy champion, Andrew.
That's
Beck.
right. He knows.
Went with Cuckoo's Nest.
All right, let's go from
Ratchet.
Let's go
and
from.
You had to ask the Schmitz.
Well, I heard him earlier this week say that he was surprised he didn't get a locker in Houston. So, and I like David VR, I really do. But at some point, it's like personal.
You don't have his baseball card?
No, I don't. Exactly.
You have about Schmitz.
Many Schmitz. I have many Schmitz.
Yes.
So
Case of the Schmitz. You have a case of the Schmitz?
I do. I might have a case, actually. I might really. All right, we'll go from Bags to Matt Mayoko. Speaking of, he caused a mini, I'm not going to call it a controversy. It wasn't a controversy, but he said something that I think you agree with. We'll get into that and more 49ers news post-draft right here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Sam Darnold might be the most, can I say this? The most talented thrower of the football that the 49ers have ever had.
Come on.
I mean, you know, we can, but let's just put him in the very high echelon of those guys who can just drop back in the pocket and throw the football. I think that he hasn't had really any chance to succeed since his college days are over. I think he's had like 4 head coaches in 5 years, 5 offensive coordinators in 5 years. He's a talented guy.
Super hot take, Matt Mayoko. Every Friday he joins us. That made 49ers social media light up. He joins us courtesy of the guest line. What's happening?
Nothing too much. Why is that controversial? Isn't it recognized that he can throw the football?
Yeah, I think a lot of guys can.
Without a doubt. And I'm a huge Sam Darnold fan, and I've been from his days at USC and getting drafted by the Jets. I remember his first pass in the NFL on Monday Night Football was picked off for a pick 6. I've watched a lot of his games. When they first got him, I told John, I think he's the most talented 49er quarterback Kyle has had. And you're bringing in John Brody, Y.A. Tittle, Joe Montana, Steve Young. Kaepernick could wing it. I don't know where
I did not say the most talented quarterback. I said the most talented thrower of the football. Yeah. Wow. And when you when you think of Joe Montana,
Brody could throw it. John Brody
could throw it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know what? I didn't see John Brody play, but in fact, this morning when I saw that this stuff was kind of blowing up, I did look at some John Brody highlights, and the game was so much different. Throwing styles were so much different then. John Brody did a great job of avoiding sacks, that's for sure. But, I did not say he's the best quarterback. That would be stupid. That would be wrong. But, when you think of Joe Montana and when you think of Steve Young, who I think any 49er fans would agree upon are the 2 greatest quarterbacks the 49ers have had. They're obviously both in the Hall of Fame. Super Bowls, the 5 Super Bowls, 4 of which Joe Montana won, Steve Young. I don't know that you put arm talent at the top of the list of what made those guys special. There are so many factors that went into those guys playing at Hall of Fame levels. So when I think of Joe Montana, we could just go through the list. Did he have great arm talent? Absolutely. So did Steve Young. But there were so many other aspects of their game that I think I would highlight before I even got to, the pure ability to sit in the pocket and make throws with ease and comfort at every level and at all spots on the field. I wouldn't necessarily think of that when I think of those 2 guys. But so, I guess you could almost say what I said about Sam Darnold is almost kind of, it's not necessarily complimentary because he does have this great arm talent and it just hasn't worked through 5 seasons. And there are a lot of reasons for that. And in many of the areas that I would highlight with Montana and Young are far down on the list of attributes for Sam Darnold. And I said, I don't know if he's even going to get on the field with the 49ers. But when you look at just that ability, and one of the things, Frank Gore said to me and to some other reporters was that, you'll see him in 7-on-7s, you'll see him in training camp in the off-season program, and he's going to wow you. Well, there's a big difference between wowing someone watching from the sideline during 7-on-7 drills than actually stepping onto an NFL field and playing winning football. So that's where I'm coming from. I didn't think it was that controversial of a take, to be honest.
No, I don't think so either. I just think what happens is people read things, especially on Twitter and social media, in small doses, and then they don't think about what you said. You said he might be the most talented thrower of the football. You didn't say he was the best quarterback.
Yeah.
You said
No.
talented thrower of the football, and I think people misconstrue that.
Right. I mean, he wouldn't be within the top 50 or 75 49ers quarterbacks in being the best quarterback. I mean, heck, he hasn't even stepped on the field yet for them. And like I said, there are no guarantees he will. I mean, right now, all I know is they have 3 quarterbacks. And if Brock Purdy's healthy, he's going to be the guy, or at least that's the indication from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. But we don't know that he's going to be healthy or when he's going to be healthy. And so then right now that leaves Sam Darnold, that leaves Trey Lance. And my thought has always been that, that if it's not if it's not Brock Purdy, it'll probably be Trey Lance. Now, am I certain of that? No, of course not. But I do think that Darnold is a better thrower of the football than Trey Lance. But Trey Lance also brings a lot different qualities to the equation. I mean, the reason they drafted him was because of his dual threat quarterbacking skills. He has a lot to clean up as far as being a thrower of the football. So, I don't know. I mean, Sam Darnold could be out there week 1. He could be the third stringer week 1. I don't know how it's going to take place, but I don't think there's any denying the guy is a talented thrower of the football.
And he was the 3rd overall pick in the draft, as was Trey.
Exactly.
But different background. And then you got Brock. Before I say what I'm going to say.
And just to cut you off, Greg, the reason he was the number 3 pick was because of just that. He was a talented thrower of the football. The reason Trey Lance was the number 3 overall pick wasn't because he was a talented thrower of the football. There was some of that, but it was also because of that dual threat nature.
Yeah. Okay. So we were there last week for the draft on Thursday and Friday, and just being in the building and talking to people, they love Brock Purdy. They love him, and they should. Brock played exceedingly well, and he has won over that building. But Sam Darnold, to your point, and it doesn't matter if Sam Darnold is a more talented thrower in the football than Y.A. Tittle. What does that matter? It matters if he's, how does he play quarterback compared to Brock, Trey, and now they brought in Brandon Allen, another camp arm, and we'll see where he goes, and he knows the system. But everything you're saying, and Trey's in a different category because of the dual threat ability, and he's got to clean up his mechanics a little bit. But yeah. I look at Brock, and simply because Sam is older, he's made 55 starts in the NFL, the last 6 in Carolina with Steve Wilkes as the interim coach. He played exceedingly well, and I watched every snap of those 6. As far as the overall skill set, when you compare it to Brock is similar to Sam, but Sam's a little bigger, stronger. Mm-hmm. He's a little better, as you say, throwing the ball. Now, can he get the complexity of the offense down? And that's what he's doing right now. So would it shock you, Matt, if Sam Darnold beats out even a healthy Brock Purdy as the 49er quarterback at some point this year?
Yeah, I think it would, just because, I think Brock Purdy is underrated. He's kind of sneaky good as far as the arm talent, but again, he's coming off this elbow injury. But what makes Brock Purdy, or certainly what made him such a good quarterback for the 49ers last season, was a combination of many things. And it's the anticipation, it's the timing, it's the improvisational skills, it's just having a good feel for what Kyle Shanahan's trying to accomplish. It's it goes beyond. I mean, he's probably underrated as far as the arm talent goes, but it's the other areas that that are kind of the unknowns with Sam Darnold, or not even unknowns. It's stuff that he hasn't yet shown as an NFL quarterback. And is some of that, can some of that be pointed to as far as the level of maybe substandard coaching, as far as what's expected at the NFL level that he's had through his career? Yeah, probably. But I mean, right now, I'd be really surprised if Sam Darnold ends up as the number 1 guy over a healthy Brock Purdy, because I don't think that that's what the team is thinking right now. Now, could it all change? Of course. But it's those other things. It's, it's the ability to fully grasp the offense and run it to Kyle Shanahan's specifications. And my guess would be that that's going to be a really difficult chore for Sam Darnold, because I don't know that he is really, the experience that he's had through 5 seasons, I don't know if that's good experience, because I don't know that the offense and everything that he's been taught up to this level is stuff that necessarily carries over to what Kyle Shanahan is going to be expecting of him. So, there's good experience and there's bad experience. Sam Darnold, it might be bad experience that he's had. And of course, in the case of Trey Lance, it's been zero experience because he hasn't been able to get out there and play much football at all.
Matt Mayoko joining us. Sam Darnold talk aside, now that the draft is over, and now that they've signed their undrafted free agents, is that it? Or there's these veteran guys are kind of out there. They restructured McCaffrey's contract, so I thought maybe are they gonna get one of these edge guys that are out there? Or I've always thought, Isaiah Wynn is just a 1-year flyer guy from the Patriots. If he could stay healthy, he's a right tackle that could give you some experience. Are they looking into anything like that, or are they pretty much set where they are?
I think they're pretty much set where they are. I mean, the one area I really think that they're not going to be looking for right tackle. I think that they feel really good about their situation. I think they feel probably as good, if not more good, about their situation at right tackle this year than they did a year ago when they had Jake Brendel. And, you, me, and everybody else was saying they need a center. And inside that building, they're like, Jake Brendel's pretty good. And so I think they feel that way about McKivitz. The one area where I still think that there's room for improvement and that, they might keep that door open would be edge rusher opposite of Bosa, maybe even a base down guy. I don't even know who that would be at this point. Would it be Cleveland Farrell? Would it be Drake Jackson as a first and second down guy? Probably not. So that's the one spot right now where I look at where they're set up, and that's the spot where I don't think that there's a obvious answer of who their base down guy is. Of course, they need more juice from that pass rush coming on the other side. Whether that's Drake Jackson taking a significant leap this year, maybe Robert Beal gets in there, does some things. They have some other guys who have kind of bounced around a little bit. But I would think that they would be very open to adding a proven pass rusher. But then again, proven pass rushers generally aren't looking for work this deep in the offseason.
All right, so a week ago at this very time, we had you on. And the philosophical question was raised of drafting a kicker on day 2 of the NFL draft came up. And it came up throughout our draft coverage. You and I kind of kicked it around open-mindedly. Then when our draft coverage started, football, we kicked it around, the place kicker. John's had exploded when they took Jake Moody, 99. Dante Whitner was not happy. So now that it's a week later and we can digest this, what are your thoughts on the 49ers taking Jake Moody, a place kicker, last week, number 99?
Well, I think that pick of Jake Moody as a rookie this first year will have more of an impact on the 49ers season than anybody else in the draft or anybody they could have selected there. And so, ultimately, was it a good pick? Was it a bad pick? That'll be determined by how good Jake Moody is. If Jake Moody is an above average NFL place kicker, then it's going to be a good pick, or it will have been a good pick. If he's a below average NFL place kicker, then it won't be a good pick. But, clearly they felt they needed something there. They didn't want to go into the season with Zane Gonzalez. They didn't want to they didn't want to look across the way and see, what happened with the Dallas Cowboys down the stretch and their issues with kicker. It's been a given. Robbie Gould, anytime he trotted out there for a field goal attempt of 48 yards or less, it was basically money in the bank. What to me I think is going to happen is you might see Kyle Shanahan become more aggressive now. Like maybe for a rookie, sitting him out there to be the kicker, it might expand the range a little bit. Maybe they'll go for more field goals, on 4th and long situations for whatever 55 yards. But I also think now maybe on 4th and 1, 4th and 2, he might be more apt to go for it, and that it might lead to a little bit more aggressiveness with the play calling, with the decision making, which ultimately could end up helping the 49ers offense, put up more points, go for the end zone more often. But that was the spot they wanted. I mean, what it showed when they took him at 99 overall and they had a pick at 101, and they'd already traded that 102 to go up to 87 to get Jair Brown. What that showed me was that was the one guy they really wanted. That whatever the position they would have gone with next, and it ended up being tight end, maybe they felt like, there were 2 tight ends there they could live with. Maybe there was 1 tight end and 1 defensive end. I don't know what the case may be, but it was pretty clear by where they took Jake Moody, that was the guy that was kind of the key to the draft, that they felt like the one position, and it's an important position. I know John Lund hates it. We tried to talk him down off the ledge even before the 49ers made that pick, and the hours before. We tried to get him ready for that, but that's the one position they felt like they really needed somebody to maybe not worry as much about the position than if they were just going to fly by the seat of their pants and get their second option at kicker and then be scanning the free agent market and the waiver wire, hoping to fill that spot later.
Great stuff, Manny. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Hot Takes.
All right,
Mr. Hot Takes.
All right, John. What angered you more, my Sam Darnold hot take, or my Jake Moody might get drafted?
No, I you know what's amazing is both you and Papa knew, and you guys tried to prepare me, and I still was not prepared. I still almost fell out of my seat, and then I looked across to Dante, and he was disgusted. And the one thing I will say, though, is in listening to John yesterday on KNBR and listening to Kyle call the kid, and he's tongue-in-cheek and he's joking, somebody may need to pep that kid's confidence up a little bit, man. They basically said, well, we had to take you like a pair of underwear. We got to have you, but we don't really want you. It's like the kid's going to need some counseling.
I did like when, I don't know if I were Jake Moody, I might not have liked this, but when he talked about John Lynch after that Friday's draft, the second and third round, he talked about how when they picked Jair Brown, the draft room erupted in applause and everybody was going crazy and high-fiving each other because they got the way they wanted. And then, like, when they picked Jake Moody, there was like a tumbleweed blowing through, and like, people were like excusing themselves, and like people were checking their watches going, hey, I think it's time to feed my cat. So that was pretty good.
Feed my cat? Wow.
I don't know. I was gonna say wash my cat, but I
don't know. Juggle cats, the cat jugglers. We're gonna have Jake on the show next week, so we're not gonna play any of this nonsense.
No, but Kyle was blaming the special teams coach to the kid, like Brian said that you're
Brian
good.
Schneider picked him. Let him alone. Let him live, would you? Mayoko, let me tell you one thing about Joe Montana.
Yeah.
Watch Super Bowl 19. It's on YouTube. The touchdown pass to Carl Monroe. When he rolls out to his right, throws over the top, hits the running back over the shoulder in the end zone. I mean, because Joe, and it's a product of the West Coast offense, and you got to be on time and on target and short to intermediate. When Joe had to rip a throw, and then he had, like Brock, he had the elbow injury first and then the back injury, but he still won Super Bowls after that. But to just say that, Joe wasn't a great thrower of the ball.
I never said that.
He's an elite thrower of the football.
No, absolutely. And what I'm saying is, like, when you think of Joe Montana, there are so many other great attributes that immediately come to mind before we even get to the great thrower of the football. Yeah. And I think with Sam Darnold, when you say Sam Darnold, that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah. Just go watch the touchdown pass to Carl Monroe. Super Bowl 19.
I'll definitely do that. Do that.
All right, man.
Thank you, Manny. You're the best. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See you later.
Thank you, bro.
That is the great Matt Mayoko lots of different things. Yeah, it was like in the New York Post today. Like they had, I mean, it's all over the place.
I saw
Like
it here,
reporter
I'm looking
says
for caboose material.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at Mayoko.
I know.
Reporter in San Francisco says Joe Montana had a pop gun arm. What? Did he say that?
Social media is
Did
unbelievable.
you see Joe, by the way, speaking of popcorn?
Oh, he loves
popcorn last night.
You know, the last 3 times I've seen Joe Montana and they flashed up to him at an event, he's eating popcorn, which I love popcorn. I love popcorn in a game, a movie, whatever. But it's like, Joe's going to be like, don't show me anymore. Seriously, the last few times.
What do you do at a game? You watch Steph Curry play and Clay drain threes and eat popcorn.
Yeah.
So when they took a shot of all the football players there, they went Joe Montana, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Sam Darnold. Did Mike Breen chime in? Sam Darnold, a much more talented thrower of the football than the 4-time Super Bowl champion Joe Montana. Did Mike say that?
No, but I don't think Matt's saying that. I think Matt explained it. That it's just.
He did.
I understand what he's saying. First,
Darnold is a talent, John, and when he plays and wins football games this year, your head is going to explode.
I will, and you know what? If he does, I will gladly admit it's just I'm a bottom line guy, and the bottom line is his numbers stink. And so
you
he's
watched
talented.
the last 6 games last year.
But
forget the numbers.
Do you realize,
there's a story behind the numbers.
You realize the last game of the year I went 5 of 15 for 2 interceptions. That's not good.
I saw the game. Okay.
And against Seattle, I watched that game against Carolina. They ran over Seattle like it was a bulldozer. So he wasn't great in that game.
Off play action. He wasn't good on play action.
He was okay. I mean, he was okay.
How was he in the Tampa Bay game?
Look, I hope he succeeds. I'm not a believer, but I hope he succeeds. I hope he proves me 100%
Joe Montana.
wrong.
He's no Sam Darnold.
Hey, I don't think he has a chance to beat out Brock, but then again, Brock may have to throw left-handed, so we'll see.
He has a chance.
We'll see.
He has a chance.
All right, we will reset the big story of the day, which is obviously the Warriors. They even up the series against the Lakers. Great move by Steve Kerr. Michael Green comes in. Anthony Davis, a no-show. Klay Thompson, red hot. And now we're going down to L.A. with one game in between. We'll explain what we saw last night and look ahead to Game 3. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The roller coaster of the Warriors season continues. They even the series up, and now they're heading down to L.A. 1-1 series. Now it's a best of 5. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us. Happy Friday. Hope you are doing great. We're going to get into some Warriors talk here. Do remember, more Warriors talk with Tolbert and Copes today. Marcus Thompson, the great Marcus Thompson at 450 on your way home with Marcus and Tolbert and Copes. So make sure you tune in with the guys. Pop and I, we will assess. We'll tell you what happened last night, if it can continue, and look to Game 3, which is a short turnaround tomorrow in L.A., at the Crypt, at the crypto.com arena. But before we get to that, a little bit of recap from last night, Pop. Here's a couple of minutes, both a little play-by-play, a little Steve Kerr, a little afterwards, a recap of last night's 127-100 win over the Lakers.
I thought Steph was brilliant. You know, in the first half, he wasn't really going like offensively, but he was just running our team, and Clay got it going, and our defense was, you know, kind of fueling our offense, and we connected the game really well.
Who pushes from right to left, finds Thompson in transition, shot fake into an open three, and it's good! Klay Thompson now has 25 points, game's high scorer. He is an unconscionable 7 of 9 from 3, and Golden State is running away with it here in the third, 82-64.
I don't want to be selfish. I want to let the team know that I'm buying into whatever we got to do, and I'm just here to help. You know, I just want to help win, and you know, they kept telling me stay ready, make sure I kept getting the work in so I can be ready when my name is called.
Right side corner, JaMychal Green wide open from 3. Curry on the drive, he fed to the corner, and nobody played defense.
We're capable of playing a lot of different ways. I'm capable of playing a lot of different ways. You know, as long as we're just creating open shots, no matter who's taking them. And obviously tonight I didn't have a lot of open ones for a reason, and make the right decision. The ball finds the right person, and good things happen.
Over the head bounce pass up top for Wiggins, zips it to the right side. Steph Curry for 3. Everything's coming up Warriors here in the third quarter. 105-78.
And we weathered the storm and was able to get stops when we needed it and open the game up. But, you know, we're going to continue to expect to see a very aggressive LeBron James, especially heading back to L.A. and Crypto Arena. So, you know, we'll be prepared to try to meet that force with force and go on this road and try to get it done. And that's going to be a big key.
2 seconds left on the clock as the Lakers dribble it out, and we are on to Game 3 to Los Angeles. The Golden State Warriors and the LA Lakers even at 1 game apiece as Golden State takes Game 2, 127-100 here in San Francisco.
Hopefully go down to Manhattan Beach or something and jump in by the pier. There's something just about getting in the Pacific Ocean and body surfing that just resets your whole mental and your spiritual being. And I'm a true believer in the powers of the ocean and all her healing properties.
I love Clay. 30 points last night. He is the best, man. And the starting lineup, changing up the starting lineup. Anthony Davis, a no-show last night. Everything. The Warriors get the big victory, 127-100. For all intents and purposes, by the end of the third quarter, it was 110-80, and the Warriors waltzed to the victory, and now we are tied at 1 game apiece. How you feeling now, 2 games into this thing?
Well, it's the way it's supposed to be. I mean, we were concerned about game 1, and the Lakers were the better team. They played with force. Warriors were able to scramble back and tie it at 112, but Davis was a problem. And I thought the Lakers over-adjusted, blitzing every pick and roll. We'll see if Darvin Ham goes back to more of a lock and trail on Steph, or as Tim Legler was saying, a hard show at the big and scrambling back. I thought Vanderbilt did a good job on him in game 1. Steph wasn't very efficient. But when you allow Steph to get doubled like that, and it occupies Davis and Vanderbilt. Sometimes James came over. And then Steph, 12 assists. That's the most he's had in the playoff game since Steve has been the head coach. That's amazing. He got 12 shots up in this game, 12 assists to score 20 points. He had 38 shots in game 7 Sunday in Sacramento. So he can beat you a variety of ways. Clay was obviously pure the whole night long. The big question, you heard JaMychal Green, who was really a non-factor in the Sacramento series, and a lot of it is matchups. Steve did play him a little bit in game 1, and he played well. So we thought, would he go to him I even thought about starting him in game 2, and then we didn't have any idea Looney was going to be ill. But for him to be able to play the way he did, he played 23 total minutes in the Sacramento series, scored 6 points on 2 of 7 beyond the line. Last night, he scores 15 points, played a little bit under 13 minutes in the game, 12:32. And he missed a couple of threes too open, held the ball a little too long. And even the one he made, the first one, he massaged it a while, but he was so open. They're going to have to realize that guy can make a corner 3. And so they got out on him. But he made proper plays. 15 points in the game, that assist early to Draymond for the first basket of the game. He wound up being efficient, 6 of 9 overall. And as I said, 3 of 6 beyond the line. So the question now is, do you start him tomorrow night? And Tim Legler had no answer. He didn't know. Kavan's been so good, but I think they've shown, even when Kavan did come in, Draymond was not in. They don't want to play 2 big simultaneously. They want to play one big lineup and have shooters around the perimeter around that, and obviously Steph and Jordan's ball handling and Dante. So I kind of get a feeling, John, that they're going to go back to the lineup they used last night. They'll use Kavan off the bench if he's available and healthy. But I think they're going to go to the green lineup at 4 and 5 with JaMychal Green and Draymond Green.
Let's continue to talk about it. Text line is on open. Give us your thoughts on last night's game and look ahead. That's what we'll do next as well as we look to game 3. The Warriors made the big adjustment, stayed small, stayed with the one big. JaMychal Green made it pay off for Steve Kerr. Klay Thompson was red hot from the outside. LeBron was hot early, cooled off, as have all the shooters, really, for the Lakers, especially from three-point land. And the Warriors didn't foul near as much, so they could get out, push the pace a little bit, and obviously that plus 20 from game 1 went away as well. We'll continue to talk about that, and we'll look ahead to game 3, which is tomorrow, so it's a quick turnaround. Have the Warriors figured something out, and how will the Lakers counter? We'll get into that next, only here on the Esports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. A couple of things going on. We'll continue to talk Warriors. Hit us up on the text line. Questions, comments, thoughts. How you feeling about the Warriors at this point? 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. We got the poll as well. Danny's big poll, if you will. Jack Nicholson, super fan of the Lakers, obviously. What is his best movie? We have the 4 up there for you. And let me give you an update on what's going on as far as the poll itself is concerned. I enjoy this poll very much. So here we are, early voting. I'm a little surprised by this. Few Good Men, 45%. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, 35%. The Shining, my personal favorite, at 15%. As good as it gets, 5%. So that's where we are.
Yeah, I mean, as good as it gets, he won an Oscar for, and Cuckoo's Nest. I mean, Cuckoo's Nest was made in the 70s. I mean, the bottom line is A Few Good Men has Tom Cruise in it, so probably more people have seen it. All epic roles. I mean, we left so many off. I mean, Chinatown, Easy Rider, 5 Easy Pieces, Prizzi's Honor, he was great. The Shining, you mentioned The Shining. I loved him in Hoffa as Jimmy Hoffa. He was amazing. So he really hasn't made, with the exception of About Schmidt, and a few others. Mars Attacks.
Yeah, it was nice.
Jack hasn't made. But it's just great having him back. He's an older man now. He's 85. He's not as sharp as he used to be. But he would see every single Laker game and go watch him play in the finals against Boston. So I don't think he's ever been. Well, the Warriors never played the Lakers in a playoff since 91. But Jack didn't come up here when Magic and Mully had their shootout in 91. Or the Sleepy Floyd game. He wasn't up for that. That was too early in the playoffs for Jack. But you'd see him, on the parquet in Boston when Magic made that little Kareem-like runner to win a big game, Memorial Day massacre, which I was thinking of last night when the Lakers were getting rolled. I mean, it was a 30-point game after 3 quarters. And one of the most famous or infamous games in Laker history was Kareem on Memorial Day. It was just awful. Had a terrible game, an older player. And Pat Riley challenged him and looked like Boston was going to win the series. And Kareem had a dominant game the next game out and just single-handedly took it over and won. So that's, what I was thinking of last night is what's going to be the response from LeBron James for one and Anthony Davis for another. I mean, Anthony has played some good games at home. They've not lost a home game in the playoffs. They got the split in Memphis. Now, Memphis is a different team than the Warriors. Certainly, they're too immature the way they play. It's just an easier team to cover. But still, they were the 2 seed, and the Lakers had to get in the play-in at the bottom of the West. But they were able to take it to them, John, in games 3 and 4. Dropped game 5 at FedEx Forum and Beale Street, and then came back and closed them out a week ago. So we're going to get a different Laker team. I don't know about Monday coming back after the game. On Saturday, tomorrow's going to be an early game. It's a 5:30 game. But you're going to get a different Laker team tomorrow night.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's not just change of venue. I mean, again, if Anthony Davis stays by his every other, then he's going to play really well. LeBron James is interesting in these first 2 games. It's not that I'm not disrespecting LeBron James when I say this, but at his age, he does not want to drive to the hoop and take over games as much as he used to, and that was his big thing. I mean, he'll do it every once in a while now. He's not a natural shooter, and he did not shoot the ball after halftime where he scored 21 of his 23. He was 1 of 5 in that third quarter. So he's a much different player. And then the hope for the Lakers is, I'm sure, is that guys who really haven't gotten it going. I mean, Austin Reeves was 3 of 11. D'Angelo Russell was 5 of 12. Those kind of guys. Schroeder, only 4 points, all the points from the line, that they go home and they play better. We talk about how role players, secondary players play better at home. And for the Lakers, that's the hope. And then LeBron said after the game, defensively, they think they can do some things, and that's fine. But if they're not getting the free throws and the Warriors can push the ball up and down the floor, the one flaw in their defense, their half-court defense is great, but their transition defense during the season and last night was not good. So some of this will come down to, and I'm not a blamer of referees, but some of this is going to come down to what the officials will call, because 10-10 in the free throws last night. It was 8-7 after three quarters before everybody got pulled out. A vast difference from the plus 20 that the Lakers enjoyed in the first game, because if they don't overwhelm on the free throw line and the Warriors continue to hit shots at the level that they're hitting shots, they're plus 26 in three-point makes. If that continues, the Lakers are going to have to do a lot of right things to win these games.
Yeah, I know the Lakers are not happy with the officiating. Sam Amick wrote about it in The Athletic, and they bit their tongue, but LeBron was bitching constantly. You know, he didn't think he fouled Moses Moody on that side clip on the jump shot.
Right.
That was a clear foul. And then he just zones out on baseline out of bounds. He doesn't even – who came down the baseline? It was Moody.
Yeah,
and
exactly right.
Steph gave it a Joe Montana no-look where he was looking the other way. Are you kidding me? You're just going to drop him in the baseline there? And he didn't even stay in the baseline as a drift shooter. He just took it off the dribble, went and dunked. LeBron never even knew the ball was inbounded. So after that, you know, Darvin Ham is like, we're done. Pull the plug on this game. You start the fourth quarter down 30. So the one thing is LeBron only played 28 minutes and 7 seconds. So he's going to play with more force and fury. And Anthony Davis, 32-55. I think they're going to post him more. You're going to have a different Laker team in this game. And then some of their role players, Austin Reeves doesn't look like the same guy that I saw against Memphis when he was missing open shots last night. He made 1 3, but missed 4 that were good looks. He's a good ball handler. He's got a hard time guarding Clay. Coach Van Gundy, Jeff, working the game last night, noticed he's not moving well, and he had a big sleeve on his leg, which I hadn't seen before, protecting the knee. So we'll see. But you're going to hear and feel a different Laker team tomorrow night. And the one thing we don't want to hear is Lawrence Tanter, the great PA voice of Crypto.com now, whatever the hell that arena's called. But it goes back to the forum. The Laker girls, Lottie Divots. The one thing he does is LeBron James. Whenever James makes a shot, that's all you hear. LeBron James. Who was the PA announcer at Chase? Dick Callahan did it for years and years, shooting 2. Matt Hurwitz he took over for Dick and did it for a long run. And then they had a friend of mine did it for 1 year, and I thought he did a nice job. And then Rick Welch knew somebody in Seattle, and he brought him in. I just texted Franco, who is that? And the guy last night, every time LeBron James made a shot last night, and in the first quarter, he went off. He made 6 shots and 2 threes, and he had 14 in the first quarter when he made that half-court heave and with the clock winding down and he banked it in. I'm like, damn, we're tied at 40. But it sounded like Lawrence Tanter, the great voice of the Lakers for years, PA voice, just LeBron James. LeBron James. Yeah. Who the hell is that guy? Do you have to say it like Tanter? That was weird.
Yeah, it was weird. I noticed that. I think it's great. I think this is, as the Warriors look at this team, and again, I'm not saying that they've done anything. We're 2 games into this. They lost the first game. So, look, they've got to go down and win one in L.A., which I'm confident they can do. But as you're watching this thing, and maybe it's the foot with LeBron James, but he's just not the same guy. And at age 38, you would expect that. Now, as you pointed out, he only played 28 minutes last night. Anthony Davis played about 33, so they're going to be well rested, but so are the Warriors. But I don't know if LeBron James has those major spurts in him, because even though he was going off like that shooting, I was just, like I said, my wife asked me, and I said, just be patient. He'll start missing those shots. I'm not worried about it. And the Warriors didn't overreact to it. They're still going to stick to their guns as far as that goes. Now, if he had kept that up in the second half, maybe they would have had to make some sort of adjustments. But he's not a great natural shooter. And to me, this is Anthony Davis's team. And so as he goes, so go the Lakers. Now, Game 3, if he goes by his playoff resume so far this year, he's going to go off in Game 3. Now, that's going to force some changes for the Warriors, because can they continue to go small if Anthony Davis is motivated and going monster boards and crushing him inside? That may necessitate a change no matter what the Warriors want to do.
And obviously Draymond Green played a much better game last night than he did in Game 1 on Tuesday. He called himself out. Disgusting.
Yep.
It's the way he called his performance, with a few other day-day words mixed in there. He was decisive last night. He played with force. He scored 11 points. He had 11 rebounds. He guarded Anthony Davis well. The other guy in this series that I think is just playing okay is Andrew Wiggins. Yeah. I think I thought he would get into James more. I thought in game one he got into his chest a little bit too much and invited him to put it on the deck and drive around him. You want to gap him a little bit. He came into the game last night 9 for 49 on the 3-ball in the playoffs, and then last night he hit a couple on Steph right away and made 3. He almost also missed 5. But I think there's more to Wiggins' game here. I thought he would really take on the challenge of LeBron James more. He's played fine. I'm not saying he's played terribly, but I think there's more. Like Draymond called himself out a little bit. JaMychal Green comes off the bench, starts and makes threes, and Steph runs the club like John Stockton, and Clay is like Reggie Miller, and a lot of guys played well off the bench. Jordan had an iffy game. Moses Moody was good. But anyway, I just, in light of the way he played against Sacramento, John, and he is taking on the challenge of LeBron. And LeBron is the guy that when Andrew was drafted 1 overall to Cleveland, a lot of them traded immediately when James went back there from Miami. They got Kevin Love. I mean, who's a better player? Andrew Wiggins or Kevin Love? Are you kidding me? But, he played the same position. There's something there. I just think there's more. It's not like he's playing awful, but I think Andrew Wiggins can play a little bit better in this series, and they're going to need him.
No doubt. All right, we'll continue the conversation. Hit us up on the text line. We'll answer the best ones. Plus, in about 15 minutes, we have your foreplay. We did the recap. We'll let you hear the post-game sound next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
I don't know if you heard this. The Warriors won. Steph was really good. Steph was good. So was Clay. Anthony Davis, not so much. Game 3, Saturday in the Tide series. That's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You heard me talking last summer. I learned about the CLR procedure, custom lens replacement, from my good friend Dr. Craig Bindi and the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. I had it done on June the 23rd, and the procedure literally took 20 minutes. It gave me the eyes of a man about 30 years younger. I went from being a 60-year-old man to 30 years of age. I had 20/20 vision, and now I can see near, far, wherever you are. It's been so amazing. I had it done. John Lund had it done. He had the CLR procedure done in the fall. And John, a much older man than I am. And now the two of us are experiencing the miracle of modern vision correction. So if you're like us and you're sick and tired of needing glasses or contacts to get through your day, call right now and schedule your free consultation with the team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They've taken care of patients for over 25 years, including over 100 NFL players, and they want to help you as well. So now, call right now, schedule your free consultation. That is 877-GET-2020, or you can visit them online at bayarea2020.com.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! Son, we live in a world that has walls, and those walls have to be guarded by men with guns. Who's gonna do it? You? You, Lieutenant Weinberg? I have a greater responsibility than you can possibly fathom. You weep for Santiago and you curse the Marines. You have that luxury. You have the luxury of not knowing what I know, that Santiago's death, while tragic, probably saved lives, and my existence, while grotesque and incomprehensible to you, saves lives. You don't want the truth because deep down in places you don't talk about at parties, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
Very nice. Jack's best, that is the poll today. Danny's big poll. A Few Good Men, that's leading 42%, 33% One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, The Shining 21%, As Good as It Gets 4%. I'm disappointed in the Shining. I think people need to go back and watch The Shining.
Oh, work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Here's Johnny.
Scatman Crothers.
Come on.
Jigs. Hair of the dog, Jigs. Hair of the dog. So he started out with, because
Outstanding.
Jack's the Lakers super fan, he came back last week. He had been away for several years. Brought his son and his grandson to the game for the closeout against the Grizzlies. We're hoping Jack is back on Saturday night for Warriors and Lakers, and Monday as well. So he thought of, super fans, celebrities who are known with their teams, and obviously Jack and the Lakers and Spike and the Knicks. Did we forget about Earl? E40? Front row 40 and the Warriors? Is there anybody more aligned than front row 40s at every game?
Not right now. In fact, he was just on ESPN, which I
just saw him.
It was amazing.
With Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah,
That's why I brought
Kendrick
it up.
Perkins is sitting
He
there
went
with
at
40.
Kendrick Perkins.
Oh, I didn't have it.
He
I
went,
didn't have
who
a
you
sound
got, Kendrick? He's kind of like Charles. Kendrick Perkins ever picked for the Warriors to win? Ever since Durant came here, he turned on the Warriors.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah, he never picks.
How about E40?
Yeah, that's good. Absolutely. Yeah. What was the beef with Perkins and Durant? Don't they like
He
each
called
other?
him out. He said he didn't think he was that good of a player. Okay, Perk. Really?
Huh.
That's a big game tonight, by the way.
Oh, massive.
Phoenix without Chris Paul against Denver, but this time it's at sea level. Let's see how that series goes.
Yes. We'll have a foreplay for you at the top of the hour. I just got handed the sheet. There is a great cut, if you haven't heard it, from Farhan on Mauricio Debon. Did you happen to hear that yesterday? It's pretty good.
I did not.
Yeah, we will. It's a pretty good line. In fact, I'm going to use it at some point. I'll give Farhan. I think, isn't that the rule? You got to give somebody credit once. We can give Farhan credit one time for this, and then you and I are going to steal this thing anytime that's.
It was that good of a line? It was about
pretty good
Doobie?
line. It was. It wasn't a. It was in a question. He was on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. It was in response to a question to those guys, but it can be universally used. The line that he used. I think it's a good one.
Okay.
I'm not sure that he came up with it, but I'd never heard it before. I don't think.
And that's coming up in the foreplay.
Yes, it'll come up in the foreplay about 5 minutes from now.
You know, I'm embarrassed, John. We've been on the air for 2 hours and 54 minutes. What's wrong with us?
Oh, I know what you're going to say.
Have we mentioned Cinco de Drinko one time?
I know we haven't.
In the Battle of Pueblo?
No,
What is wrong with us? We've lost our game.
By the way,
your Lakers series has us off track.
So, what are you gonna partake tonight in a little fiesta, little margarita, little
a fiesta and then
food?
siesta right after.
Exactly. Start early.
Living in San Antonio.
Oh, I bet that was
a big
amazing.
time of the year in San Antonio. Every year they had a big holiday, the fiesta. What do they call that annual? Right around the springtime during the second round of the NBA playoffs. They would have a big, and obviously Cinco de Mayo for the folks in San Antonio. It is their version of Mexican independence there, so it's a huge holiday. So, yes, we've had St. Patrick's Day on a Friday, and it was a glorious day weather-wise. Today, a little dreary, but the Giants are back home, and we got a Cinco de Mayo, Cinco de Drinko on a Friday as well. Amazing.
I'm taking my my lovely bride up to this is her.
Oh, you're going to Napa?
Yeah, this is the third
where
version
you staying up there?
Of her birthday. I can't tell anybody that because then everyone will be outside my room.
What town? Yountville? St. Helena? Calistoga?
I love all those places equally.
I'm guessing you're going Villaggio. That's right.
Very high end, very high end. But we'll be out. We got some good places that we'll be. But I want to go to a Mexican restaurant. But I don't know that is Napa have any Mexican restaurants? I don't know about that. I've never been to one.
Well,
because I have to partake tonight.
You have to go there today. There's so many good ones.
Yeah, well, yeah, our room's tonight, and
John Giovanni. John, you want to go to? What time are you going up there?
Right after the show.
John Giovanni. You want to go there for lunch?
Yeah, I remember. The thing that's funny is when the pandemic was raging, and remember Napa was one of the first areas to open up. We hadn't had I don't know how long it was before we had a meal in a restaurant. And we went up to Napa on like a Saturday afternoon and just drank margaritas and had chips because we were just like, we want to sit at a restaurant. And it was, I can't remember the place we had, but it was really good. And we had margaritas and chips, and I can't remember where it was. But it was in Napa. It was really good. And we just sat there.
Well, there used to be a place in Yountville that you could sit outside and have, kind of like the place in Pleasanton they have as well, where you can get a pitcher of margaritas and sit outside on the lawn. I don't think they have that anymore in Yountville. But Bistro Don Giovanni is amazing for life. When the Raiders were at training camp on Trancas, I'd go there every day for lunch in between double days. And you got to hit Bistro Don Giovanni. And then if you want a killer brunch, it's Bricks up there, right by Mustard's.
That is both those places that you
Bricks.
just mentioned, Bricks and
Mustard's is
Awesome.
overrated. Mustard's
you don't like
overrated.
it?
But Bricks,
I love Bricks.
Bricks for brunch is insane.
Yeah, and they do. Not only is the food amazing, but they always have they have specialty cocktails that are very nice, and it's sitting out there too. The view at Bricks is amazing, absolutely amazing. So
anyway, happy birthday, Lainey.
Yeah, this is the third rendition of her birthday, and I hope. Well, I think this is it. I think
third rendition this week.
Yeah,
I just sent you a place. Aram, you know our guy Aram from Press Club and Schroeder's. He just found you a Mexican place in Napa.
You are the man. That's where we're going. We're going straight there. I'm not even checking the hotel, nothing. Just going straight there. Because, like you said, Cinco de Drinko. I mean, I'm already late on margaritas. It's 1 o'clock. There's people already after it right now. Probably already face down and taking a nap. We're late on it a little bit. So.
It's a fiesta, then it's a siesta.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. By the way, I was thinking about this today. For those who have never made the perfect margarita, what you need to do is all fresh ingredients, nothing from a bottle, anything like that. So you just take your favorite tequila, 2 ounces, an ounce of Grand Marnier, put that in there instead of the triple sec. I promise. I know this sounds weird, but it's going to be great because it offsets the sour with the sweet. A little bit of splash some cranberry juice in there, a couple of fresh limes. Put that in a shaker, shake it up real nice. No salt on the rim. Put crushed ice in a glass. Boom, fill that up. Perfect. I'm telling you. A little sweet on the cranberry juice, just a little bit.
The Lunrita.
Yeah, just a little bit. We used to make those in.
You want salt on the rim, you said?
I'm not a salt rim guy.
Oh.
Not a salt rim. Especially with that. There's a little sweetness to it. So, yeah, I think me and you are the same on that, right? You don't do salt.
No salt.
No salt. Yeah, I don't need the salt.
Little cranberry juice, though. Huh?
Yeah, but a little splash. And it offsets the sour with a little bit of the sweet, but not too much. You don't want to overdo it. But just a little splash. Make your normal margarita, but just use fresh limes. You don't need anything out of a bottle. There you go. Nice. The Grand Marnier is nice. That makes it kind of the Cadillac version, the old top shelf version. You'll love it.
So you're going to Napa right after the show?
Yeah. Exactly.
Fabulous.
Right, I can't wait. Yes.
There's a great cigar bar downtown, too.
Oh, is that right?
And Bistro Don Giovanni has another place downtown Napa. I don't know what the name of it is. But it's right next to a killer cigar bar. And they are huge sports fans.
Are they really?
They will love you.
Oh, we got to go in there. Yeah, and we got, I'm not doing any driving, of course. So, yeah.
No.
People driving us around. Oh, great. It's going to be a great time. So, anyway.
Have fun?
Yeah, we'll have a good time. I got to be careful, though.
So you're watching the game up there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're all set. We got a whole set up there. It's going to be nice. But I always get, if I overwine, then I'll end up like you. I get that, I get the acid reflux.
Yeah, the acid
You gotta be
reflux, the
careful.
flux.
Yeah, so between margaritas.
So you got a wine tasting tour on Saturday?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do a little red
Alpha
wine.
Omega. You got to go to Alpha Omega.
Yeah, is that
you know who runs Alpha Omega?
Who?
Robin Baggett, the former consigliere, lead counsel of the Golden State Warriors
Is that
back in the
right?
day. Back in the day when Chris Cohan, and he came up to me. I was there recently, and he came up and said, "Robin Baggett, Greg." I said, "You fired my ass, mofo." And then we sat and drank wine.
Was that awkward?
Robin Baggett. No, he's a good guy. Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo. He went with Kruko.
Oh, that's classic.
So I haven't seen him in years. He's living the life. Alpha Omega.
is.
You want to hit that. Beautiful spot.
All right, here's the deal. It's Pop and Loading on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. At about 1:15, Mike Trudell is going to join us, Spectrum Sports Lakers reporter. He is great. He'll give us the adjustments for game number 3 down in L.A., what he expects out of that. But in the meantime, let's get to it. Let's review the Warriors and the Lakers game 2, plus a bonus from Farhan, a nice one-liner. Let's go.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's start with Little Clay. We've already heard him talk about getting in the ocean, which I think I have family down in Manhattan Beach, so I wonder if maybe I'll tell my family to get down to the pier there because I think he's going to I think he said he was going to Manhattan Beach to maybe jump in the water there. Good spot.
That's what he said.
Yeah, great spot. Speaking of good restaurants, oh, man, tons of them there. But here is Clay. The main thing last night, his shooting touch was back in force, 11 of 18, 8 of 11, 30 points in just 31 minutes. Here's Clay talking about it.
Yeah, it's the moments you work for. You might not see them all the time when you're in the gym, when you're conditioning, running 1,000 miles, but those short moments of, euphoria and that flow state where you just feel like you can't miss make all those hard days more than worth it. And I was just trying to get the crowd going, and it's always fun when you shoot the ball well, but it's even better when you couple that with a win.
I love how Clay runs the gamut of emotions from the podium these days, from talking about the ocean to shooting, to having fun, to throwing paper airplanes. I mean, he's kind of the whole ball of wax up there.
Yeah, he's in his element right now, and obviously last night, when he gets just a catch and shoot. There's not too many guys in the history of basketball, just pure catch and shoot, no dribble, just catch, shoot. And Steph knows how to get it in the pocket to him. It's beautiful when Steph is on the point, and when they're doubling him, and if he has the easy outlet, or even Draymond gets it to him, it's so beautiful to watch. But a lot of them were catch and shoots, but he had a couple where he had to put him on the deck. Anthony Davis got switched onto him, and he had to take 2 or 3 dribbles to his left to lose the brow, and then a little bit of a step back to take the 3. It was like, wow, he is feeling it. And the best play of the night was 54-50. the ATO after a timeout, the Bob, B-O-B, baseline out of bounds play, where he's the inbounder on the play, throws it to Draymond up top, straight line cut right to Draymond for a DHO. Rui's on him. He loses him. AD switches on to him. And again, as he turns to shoot, he's not beyond the three-point line. So he takes 2 dribbles to back up a little bit and then launches. And it was just, wow, he is locked in tonight. 30 points last night, John. 8 threes. That is the 6th time in his career he has made 8 or more threes in a playoff game. All-time record. Steph 4, Jesus, Ray Allen 4, the great Dame Lillard 4. Clay's got 6. So that's when he's shooting the ball like he was last night, he's so beautiful to watch. One thing I would say, though, this building in L.A., and we know it, Staples, now Crypto.com, whatever the hell they call it, it's got that theater lighting like Madison Square Garden, where the court is spotlighted and the crowd is in darkness. And you get some weird shooting games there. In particular, Steph, either he's really on or he's really off in that building. And the Warriors are flying down there. I don't know if they're going to shoot there tonight when they get in there. Probably not. But it's a 5:30 game tomorrow. Maybe they will. But just one thing is, if it's the Clippers or the Lakers, there is a difference in Steph, how he shoots in the building on Figueroa. But it's a weird lighting, and it's not always conducive to a great backdrop. So just keep that in mind. I think Steph historically is one bad game there, then one good game there. So let's just see how the Splash Brothers shoot the ball with that theater lighting in L.A. tomorrow night.
Yeah, and it's so weird because the Lakers don't allow the Clippers to do it. So I've been to Clippers games there, and then the crowd's lit up, and then you go to Lakers games, like you said, and it's completely dark.
So that's it. When Steph shoots against the Clippers, he shoots well. Who was it? It was a Friday night game. Steph had the all-time record. He broke Kyle Korver's record for most consecutive games, at least 1-3. And he took an offer. It was like, whoa. Right. And then he came back on Monday against Alvin Gentry and I think Anthony Davis and the Pelicans. And he made 13 threes in that game to break his record. I think he and Daniel Marshall had a piece of it. And obviously Headband Clay broke that record with 14 in Chicago. But he went from 0 on a Friday night at Staples, now Crypto.com, and then 13 back to Oracle. So it is that mood lighting, the stage lighting, like they use at Madison Square Garden for Laker games, that sometimes throws Steph Curry off.
No doubt. All right, let's go to this. This was the big story of the game to start, certainly. JaMychal Green in, Kevon Looney out. They go to the small lineup. They try to pull Anthony Davis out of the middle, and JaMychal Green made it work. 6 of 9 from the field, 3 of 6 from 3, finishes up with 15 points. Here's JaMychal Green, who didn't play much in the Kings series, talking about being ready for the Lakers.
I was getting treatment. He came to me and said, you'll be starting tonight. You got to start. So just didn't think much of it. Just try to stay ready. Once you get to overthinking, you kind of take yourself out the game.
That's a vet for you, and that's why Steve loves him and trusts him, and everybody, kind of looks at him sideways sometimes when he doesn't play some of the younger players. But he knew JaMychal Green would be ready, and we talk about this all the time. There's a concept where you think about it. If JaMychal Green doesn't hit those shots, then people say, hey, you got to go back to the drawing board. That didn't work, but JaMychal Green made it work.
He missed shots. He missed a few right away, and he's holding the ball. Shoot the ball. He's massaging it, but then he came back and made one left corner 3 after he massaged it for like a minute. And he got it to drop. Early in the game, he made the good pass on the slip by Draymond for a lay-in. And then third quarter, he came alive. So I like J-Mike. We'll see if they start him or if it's Kevon. He's a UCLA Bruin. Kevon could go back in the lineup. I don't know. What's going on with Gary Payton II, by the way? Why is he completely out of the rotation? I thought he could match up with at least Dennis Schroeder off the bench. Why is GP2 not playing here?
Good question. It seems to me that certain players have a short fuse because he's kind of been up and down. Which game was it in Sacramento that he was so great? He was really great in that one, but other than that, he's kind of just been okay.
He got in foul trouble in Game 7. He can guard, though. I don't look at that. There's some nights you're going to miss shots. They're men, not machines. They don't make every shot, even open shots, but they always defend. When a guy like Gary Payton II defends, I don't get it. And then when they checked him in at the end of the third quarter when they were on defense, and the Lakers pitched it ahead and it went out of bounds, so there was no time off the clock, They had to pull him back into the game to get an offensive player in, and he's kind of laughing there. I mean, that was strange. Now, a lot of guys wouldn't like that, but I understand it. They sub offense for defense. But, he wound up playing garbage time in the fourth quarter tonight. But why is he completely out of the rotation? And Moses Moody's playing well, John, and you've been calling for him to play more. Is it one or the other? It's either Moses or GP2. You can't find a way to play them both?
Yeah, if you look at the rotation, obviously Jordan Poole's going to get his minutes, so those are pretty much guaranteed. They can fluctuate a little bit, but like you said, DiVincenzo, he obviously trusts him to do some of the dirty work, and then I think Moses Moody, every time he puts him in, he does something, and so, like you said, I think it's Moody or GP2, at least it looks like it at this point, because he's got a pretty short rotation.
GP2 can't get on the floor. It's odd to me.
All right, finally, Anthony Davis, 30-23 in game number 1, and he's done this the entire playoffs, where he has a great game, then a quiet game, great game, quiet game. That was the case in the Memphis series, and it's certainly been the case in the first 2 games. 5 of 11, just 11 points and 7 rebounds in nearly 33 minutes. Here's Davis being up at half, and then what happened from there.
Yeah, going into half, up 11, went on a run. And then obviously third quarter, they're a big third quarter team. Came out on fire, had 43 in the third, and also 41 in the second. So it's not like us on the defensive end to give up those type of quarters. So we got to be better defensively. But I think, going to halftime, when they made that run, just kind of, where it kind of, got away from it.
You mentioned this earlier. I just thought it was an overall, just the way he was. He didn't seem like he was into it. He seemed like he was tired. He didn't have the energy. But he did miss some shots that he would normally make. But it's just so weird to see a guy this talented not be more consistent.
Yeah, he's not a great offensive player to me. He's an impactful defensive player. But the Warriors wore him out a little bit because they brought whoever he was guarding and said that guy set the screen for Steph, and then he doubled it. And as Tim Legler said, it wasn't even a hard double. They kind of left some cracks for Steph to get out of it. Anyway, the one thing to look forward to here for at least tomorrow night, Darvin Ham was in Atlanta with Mike Budenholzer. And Budenholzer, no longer the Bucks head coach, but, he's tight with Pop because he was on the Spurs staff for 4 of those 5 championships. LaMarcus Aldridge, there were times Draymond would bother LaMarcus Aldridge, Blake Griffin, but mainly L.A. He would just armbar him and, take him in the mid-post and push him out. Davis is having the same problem. What Popovich did was just a deeper catch. Catch the ball in the paint. Don't let Draymond root you out with his leverage and strength to get under you. Catch the ball deeper and then go to work there. So the one thing right away, it's straight post-ups for Anthony Davis. Then what do? Can Draymond guard him there? He'll just rise right up over them with a jump hook with his length and his power game, his strength there. And then that may force the Warriors into double teaming him, which you don't want to do. But I think the one thing they need to do is just the adjustment would be deeper catches. Don't catch the ball at 17 feet away. Catch the ball at 7 feet away.
All right, and finally, let's get one baseball in there for you. It made the rounds. We played it. Mauricio Dubon during the Houston series had that big first game and had a few hits, couple RBIs, and afterwards basically said that the Giants mistreated him in its heaven playing for Dusty Baker. So he was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, Farhan Zaidi, and this is his response to what Mauricio Dubon said. We'll get it for you in just 1 second. We'll have it for you.
Please stand by.
Yeah,
we are experiencing technical difficulties.
Yes, I'm building this up.
It was that good of a line that we're going to steal this line?
I think it's worth your time. It's not specific towards...
Well, you've already used up 30 seconds of my time.
We haven't... you could use this in a lot of different ways. That's all I'm saying. It's not exactly...
Is it a clever line from Farhan?
Yeah, I think it's a clever line, and I think you use it anytime, and anybody might wrong you. And I'm surprised it's never, at least I've never heard it. Maybe you have, but here it is.
Look, I really like Mauricio. He was here for parts of 4 seasons. And, we understood that he wanted to play more. He wanted to be an everyday guy. And, part of what we have to do is challenge players and, say, hey, if you want more playing time, we need to see X, Y, and Z. And, that's kind of the exchange. It's a delicate balance. It's not just in baseball. It's in every sport. There's a little bit of a chicken and egg. It's, hey, we want to see this for you to get more playing time, and players feel like I need to play so I can demonstrate this. So It wasn't a situation unique to him. One of the things that is really important to us is, we want to feel like we're a place where players can come and thrive and
Right.
get the best out of their ability. And you look at our roster, and there are guys up and down who have come from other organizations and played their best baseball in the Giants uniform.
What's the line? I missed it.
Okay,
X,
hold on.
Y, and Z?
That wasn't the right one.
Was that it?
No, that wasn't the one.
That wasn't it?
Let's try. Hang on, one more. You got it? Okay, here it is right here. Sorry about that. This is the one.
Oscar,
It's kinda like
Oscar.
They say, history is written by the victor. So Monday night, he had a great game, and he helped his team to victory. And, when you play like that, your team wins. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
But I
Not a lot
got to
yesterday.
admit,
Yeah, not a lot. Yeah.
I did have the thought that there must have been a detour on the high road that night. So,
Not bad, right? There must have been a
Detour
detour
on the high road.
On the high road.
History is written by the victors. You sound
Yes.
like Al Davis there. For
How about that? There must have been a
Yeah.
detour on the way to the high road.
Got it.
I like it.
You go high, Mauricio goes low.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm a
Is that
low
what it is?
road kind of a guy, so I don't know how much I would use that because I generally don't take the high road. But if I ever felt I was wronged and I would say, "Oh, you must have taken a detour on the way to the high road."
Silverado Trail. That's the road you're taking.
That's very good.
Where
I've
are
never
you
heard
going?
that term.
Silverado?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not going to Silverado. That's far more touristy than I like to be. Nothing against Silverado, but I like to hit the smaller
You
one.
can have the burger dog there.
I do need to stop there now that you think about it.
burger
I'm gonna have to add that to the list now.
Yeah.
Jeez, it's gonna be a long weekend. Yeesh.
It's worth checking.
I'm gonna be dragging on Monday. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. All right, we'll come back and we've got Mike Trudell, Spectrum Sportsnet Lakers reporter, and he's gonna join us. We've talked a lot about it from the Warriors' perspective. What can the Lakers do? It's all about adjustments. What are the Lakers going to do tomorrow? We'll talk to Mike Trudell about it coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The Warriors dominated the Lakers. 3 takeaways after the Warriors crush L.A. to even the series in Game 2. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, it's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. One thing you're doing right now, Steve, you're helping them out through ERC. Tell us what that's all about.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers by paying them. And it's a grant. It's not a loan. They just give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee that you have. They qualify. So if you had 10 employees, that could be up to $260,000, just over $250,000. If you had 20, it could be just up to over $500,000. What do you have to do to qualify? 2 ways. The easy way, which is just your gross revenue went down by a certain amount. But a lot of firms are stopping there. If you don't qualify there, there's a second way to qualify that's being ignored. It's far more complex. It's a facts and circumstances test, but that's okay. We'll go over it for you. And if you're entitled to the money, let's go ahead and get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
That sounds amazing. That is Steve Moskowitz, our good friend, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. For more, call Steve at 188-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
LeBron, you've seen them go on crazy runs in games and all your battles with them. What's sort of the key to not letting those build and stack, and how do you kind of have to combat that?
You got to keep scoring. Get to the free throw line as well, or just get points in the paint. They're going to go on runs. That's what they do. But you got to keep scoring. Try to hold the fort down, obviously. But you give credit where credit is due. They played exceptionally well tonight, and we didn't. And the series is tied 1-1. So that's where we're at.
That's LeBron James, 23 last night, 21 in the first half, but it got away from the Lakers in the second and the third quarter. And as he said, now we're tied at 1 as the Lakers and the Warriors move the venue down to L.A. Let's talk all about it. Mike Trudell covers the Lakers at Lakers Reporter. Make sure that you follow him. Spectrum Sportsnet down in L.A. joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Greg and John, what's happening, guys? What's going on?
We're just hanging out watching a 1-1 series. What's just your overall takeaway from last night?
Kind of as expected, honestly. Thought it might be a little bit tighter, but these games just happen, and I think that the Warriors are such a great team that you're not going to go into that building with a 1-0 lead if you're the Lakers and not expect them to really come out with that hammer punch. And I thought Draymond was terrific in that short roll. You guys have seen it how many times, right? You know that he's going to come out and have a game like that. Clay was just super precise, super accurate. Steph being unselfish and kind of countering the way that the Lakers were playing him. So, I think that the Lakers will have an answer when the series returns here. I'm back in Los Angeles. The team got back at about, it wasn't that late, honestly, last night, about 1 a.m. So I think we'll see the counterpunch in Game 3. But Game 2, as expected, you got to just realize that the Warriors were going to play like that.
Yeah, we just heard LBJ and Anthony Davis was sitting alongside. And the Q&A at the podium, Mike, was not very long last night. About 5.5 minutes combined. And I heard your interview with LeBron coming off the floor after Game 1, and obviously it was a different mood. So, and then going into the Laker locker room and traveling with them back home, just what's the vibe of the Lakers after playing so well, controlling a lot of significant categories, and coming down the stretch after the game was tied at 112 to get the win? AD playing so well in Game 1, and the performance they had last night. Just what's their mindset right now?
Yeah, I think it was sort of just business as usual for this. And, LeBron uniquely knows what this Warriors team is like. And, I don't think he thought the Lakers were going to go in and get anywhere near a sweep, right? I think they're going to try to get to 4 games, just like the same approach probably that Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay have. So these guys have gone to war before. I think both teams have enough to beat each other. And it's going to come down to some things like scheme and then, other things that next game, right? Like how does Anthony Davis adjust this time now that Draymond is guarding him more when in the first game it was Kevon Looney? How does LeBron decide to pick his spot, getting to the rim a little bit more, doing a little bit less settling for jumpers, which I thought really the whole Laker team did. And, it's just funny, guys, as a series, this is the first time that the Lakers and Warriors have been good together since 1991, the last time that they actually played in the postseason. And, so like I moved to LA in 2008 and Michael Thompson, you guys know Michael, of course, Michael and I eventually did a radio show. And like during that time, the Lakers were bad. That was when the Warriors were winning other titles. And so it's just not been the same level of enmity between these two teams. And I've always loved watching this Warriors team, always respected them, loved Steve Kerr. So now that they're actually going back and forth, it's felt a little bit more like a chess match than a street fight so far. And I'm curious to see how that evolves as the series goes on. And as potentially losing the series, whether it's going to be Steph in his group or LeBron in his group, like that, how that gets ratcheted up some, not just amongst the teams, but amongst the fan bases.
Mike Trudell, good enough to join us. Of course, we're talking Lakers and Warriors, Game 3 tomorrow from L.A., Spectrum Sportsnet. Make sure you're following him at Lakers Reporter throughout the series to give you great insight into the Lakers. Explain Anthony Davis. I mean, we've seen this, but it's every other game during the playoffs. Last night, you've seen him play. How much was what the Warriors are doing, and how much was on Anthony Davis?
Yeah, so I think that this is going to come across as a defense for Anthony Davis, as it is intended, guys. So the first thing is, so Davis to me is playing the best defense, not just individually, but as a team defender of anybody in the NBA this postseason. I think that Draymond was fantastic last night, and you guys know, I don't need to explain, of course, how great he can be on that end. But Davis almost single-handedly was able to defend the Warriors in Game 1, and that takes a lot out of you. And there are very few players. If you look at Jokic, you look at Embiid, somebody like that, they are not carrying near the defensive load that AD is. And they're also getting the ball as the primary player, the clear number one, the clear 1A in the offense. AD doesn't always get the ball that much. He took 11 shots last game. And part of that is because they have LeBron James on the floor. The other part of that is because they're asking him to do so much defensively that he's going to have some games where he doesn't either get the shot attempts or hit his shots as much on the other end. And so that's why sometimes you see, yes, he'll have a 30-point game, then he'll have a 15-point game. That to me is much more just because teams they are game planning defensively for Anthony Davis first. In the past, it was always LeBron James first. And then, so AD, it was a little easier for him to get his 20. So now, the Grizzlies basically doubled him the entire series. In this case, the Warriors devoted most of their attention to cutting off the basket area for AD. So I think we have to be a little bit more understanding when he doesn't have those big scoring games, that it's because that's what the defense is doing. And he's not going to go out of that too much and just demand post-ups every trip. He's going to give the ball to LeBron and let LeBron dictate where the ball goes elsewhere on the court. So that's the way that I've seen it with AD. And I think that the sort of up and down nature, the way that he can be critiqued on offense, ignores the fact of what he's been doing defensively and how that's been the main reason that the Lakers have been winning games this year.
Mike, what's your assessment of Austin Reeves? Watching the Memphis series, and he runs that pick and roll as a primary ball handler with AD a lot, and he comes off, he can make a pass on the roll, he can shoot the ball. He was really effective, and he's a sneaky good defender. He had Klay Thompson last night. Klay ate him alive whenever he matched up with him. And then offensively, he missed a lot of open shots. He made 3, but he missed 8. He made 1 3 out of 5. Jeff Van Gundy noted that he wasn't moving well, and I agree. And then I saw the big sleeve on his knee. Is something wrong with him?
So nothing officially on the injury report with Austin. I do think that, so first of all, you got to give some credit to Klay Thompson. And Austin is not the first primary defender on Klay that you've seen get a little bit heavy in terms of the legs. Klay, not only does he never stop moving, but he's 6'7". Austin is closer to 6'5". And so he's going to be able to get his shot. And it's just a big ask for somebody to go from that compared to what Austin was doing last series. Although he was defending Desmond Bane, and Bane's really good too. So I just think that was his first playoff series against Memphis. With LeBron in year 20, I think they were asking Austin to do some more of that primary creating that you just referenced, right, with him running screen roll, which he did so effectively, especially in Game 1. And I think this is now Austin kind of realizing that going from a series to then another series, staying on the best player, and then asked to do a lot on offense, it's just a lot. So to me, I don't know if it's an injury. I don't know if it's just his legs are a little bit heavy, but to me, it's a natural progression for a guy that played his rookie year last year and now this year has emerged into the starting lineup for the first time in March and is now being asked to basically do what some of the best two-way players in the league have to do, like Klay Thompson, right? Like what Klay Thompson has done for years. And that to me is the biggest part of it. I think that he'll come back in even better shape for next year and be able to carry a little bit more of the burden. But the Lakers are, and you kind of just pointed this out, or at least implied it, I think they are going to need him to get going a little bit more. And whether that means having him off of Clay from time to time, well, that remains to be seen. But the first place I started is just giving Clay credit. I mean, he's an incredibly tough cover, as you guys know.
Mike, obviously the series is about adjustments, and Steve Kerr went with JaMychal Green. They tried to get out and run. The Lakers weren't able to get to the free throw line, so obviously if you're taking it out of the net, you're not going to be able to run. They pushed the pace a little bit, made some changes. What kind of changes do you expect things to be different in Game 3 for the Lakers?
So there are a couple things, right? On the one hand, you think of the tactical changes, and how do they blitz? Do they switch? Do they do something a little bit different in the short rolls with Draymond? Do they continue to let Steph sort of play as the point guard there and then shrink the floor? And so there are some things that they'll do there for sure. I think the bigger thing is just that they will play harder and with more energy, and they will now turn to being the more desperate team as Golden State was in Game 2. And then even their base defense just looks a lot better, right? Anthony Davis is a little bit more mobile than he was. LeBron is a little bit more active. And if I have to give you one thing, it could be just LeBron defending Draymond Green again, and that's something where LeBron can shut off some of that water when Draymond is going downhill after Steph feeds him the ball. If they trap, that's something that LeBron can do. It's just, do you want him to do that potentially 7 out of 7 times if the series goes the distance? I don't think so. I think it's more, like 3 or 4 times in the games that the Lakers are really focused on having to get. And that right there in a series like this, when both teams are good, both teams have some depth, both teams have some different ways to get things done. Just where LeBron devotes his attention to me, is a big factor. And I think we'll start to see a little bit more of that in Games 3 and 4.
Mike, how about just a change in venue? And you guys got your split at the FedEx Forum, came home and were able to win Games 3 and 4 to take the commanding lead, and then you closed them out last Friday night, and we see Jack Nicholson back on the Lakers sideline. Is he going to be back there tomorrow night? And just what's going to be the environment the Warriors are walking into tomorrow night at Crypto?
I'm just going to text Jack real quick and see if he'll get back to me before.
Have you ever interviewed him? Have you interviewed him, Mike?
One time, and it was, I want to say it was, I think it was in the game, Kobe's 60-point finale. And it was just a couple of questions, and he was great. He really is a legend. I mean, you just can't beat it. You can't beat him for courtside fans. I think he sort of set the standard, and it gave the building a real lift when he came. So I hope that he's there, right? It just changes the ambiance of it for sure. He didn't text me back yet, so I'll let you guys know. I do think that, and I'm joking, by the way. I don't text Jack Nicholson just in case that seemed like it was good. So for that game, I just expect that, this is a Laker fan base that has not gotten to see playoff basketball in the sense, certainly, that the Warriors fan base has for many years. And I just referenced that Kobe game, in 2016, and that felt like a playoff game. Of course, it was not. And before that, you have to go back to making a real run, right? It was 2010, and they got back to the playoffs the next year, of course, but they ended up losing to Dallas. So I think that Laker fans have just been ready for this, and they've always been really good. Certainly since I got there, and Michael tells me well back, of course, into the Forum days. And I think they're going to be ready to meet the moment. The question is, how much do you think the difference is between the Memphis Grizzlies and the Golden State Warriors? And I think Memphis is better than a lot of people realize. They, of course, took the Warriors to 6 last year after Ja got hurt. It's a tough, young, physical team. And I think that there was some relief for the Lakers in terms of that physicality in Game 1. But then the physicality hit them in a different way with all of the motion and the movement and the skill of the Warriors in Game 2. And Game 3 to me is now going to be where things sort of settle. The Lakers know that they have to counterpunch, and they have to play with more physicality, especially if they're not going to have Looney and Draymond Green playing together. And that's where I think that the answers there, of course, are Anthony Davis and LeBron James. That is still where things start with them. And those are the two guys that I think physically Golden State doesn't have the answer for, just like the Lakers might not have the answer for, the skill of Steph and the shooting of Clay on the perimeter. That's kind of like the fire and ice. And I think that the Lakers are going to try to find the advantage there in Game 3 with that home crowd.
Mike, great stuff. We appreciate the insight. Have fun. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. My pleasure. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Hi, Jack. If he texts back, by the way.
That'd be cool if you could text Jack. What's up, Jack? What's going on, man?
60-point Kobe game? That's the night the Warriors went 73-9.
That's right. I remember it. I was at that game and with the Warriors getting that 73rd, and all anyone was doing on their phones was watching Kobe. He took about 100 shots, but he scored 60.
So there's somebody driving around in the Bay Area right now with the license plates 143, I love you, Kobe. Who is that? Call us.
Exactly.
I bet that's Klay Thompson's car.
Could be.
Or his 37-foot yacht. One or
Yes.
the other. 143 Kobe.
All right, Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol. We still got a couple of remnants as well. And do remember, tons of Warriors talk with the boys this afternoon. Kolsky is in for Tommy. Tommy's, I would imagine, going down to L.A., right? So Tolbert will jump in at 2:15. Dalton Johnson, our good friend from NBC Sports Bay Area, is going to join at 2:30. And Marcus Thompson at 4:50. So plenty of Warriors talk as Kolsky is in for Copes. Kind of up at the top of the hour only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I don't know why that struck me today. Lots of times I just don't hear the open because we play it so many times. But It always does catch me every once in a while that on WGN News, which is where the Caboose Pistol name comes from, that's from WGN News in Chicago, which is a national outlet, that he said, I know some women who could fit a machine gun in there. I do not know any women who could fit a machine gun in there.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah, there you go. But my goodness, man.
What? Right in the old Caboose Pistol.
All right. In addition to it being Cinco de Drinko today, which thank you for all the outpouring, both on the text line and text to myself. And
you get my spots in
I did.
Napa?
That is awesome. And in
Around
Yountville.
Victoria.
So, yeah, I'm ready.
I knew it was in Yountville. That's the outdoor
Yes.
place you sit on the lawn.
Oh, beautiful.
You get the Adirondack chairs going, John.
Oh, love it. So I'm very excited for that. But in addition to Cinco de Mayo today, this is strange. Today, there's a couple of strange things today, but the strangest that I found today is also National No Pants Day. So National No
At about 11:58, after you've had a few Cinco de Drinkos.
Right. It is going to be National
going with
No
the
Pants
No Pants
Day.
Dance. What do you mean No Pants Day?
Well, this is what it says. It says National.
Is it like half of a nudist?
Yeah, I guess. It says National No Pants Day.
Like
is on
shorts day?
No, just
Or
no
we're going
pants.
commando.
It's the first Friday in May, so it's not always May 5th. It's just the first Friday in May is National No Pants Day.
Frisky Friday.
Yeah, and it says, then it goes into this whole thing, the oldest pair of pants 3,000 years ago. It says blah, 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 blah. Pants have changed, blah, 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 blah. I'm just wondering where it came from. Here, let's see. The first instance of National No Pants Day is said to have started in Austin, Texas during the 1980s. A club at the University of Texas. Didn't your son go to the University?
Hook 'em horns! Yes, he started this.
They wanted to celebrate freedom from conforming to society in the end of the semester. After finishing their finals, they pulled their pants down and walked around in their undergarments. So there you go. It started in Austin, Texas. Can Derek confirm or deny
it's
this?
No Pants Day.
No Pants
First
Day started in
Friday
Austin, Texas.
in May. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
National No Pants Day.
Oh, I have heard of this before. It says, another story of how this day started was a man in the 1980s who asked his wife if she could iron his work pants for an important meeting while he was concerned about being late to work. Too much time had already passed, and he rushed out the door, forgetting to put his pants back on. I don't believe that.
How'd that go over in the meeting?
When he finally realized he was pantless, he was already on the subway. Since there weren't anything he could do about it, he pretended as if nothing were out of order. Yeah, that's right.
Come on.
People have dreamt that they didn't have pants on. They never actually
It's pajamas. I got my pajamas.
I have put two different shoes on before, numerous times, different socks. Never no pants. Never no pants.
Well,
yeah.
How many times have you done this radio show, John, with the No Pants Dance?
Oh, during the pandemic? Pretty much every day.
Oh, my Lord.
Pretty much
no
every day.
pants.
Yeah.
Not just sweats and adjustable waistline. I'm talking no pants.
Lots.
I do it in the bathrobe. I pull out my Hugh Hefner meets Dr. Buss bathrobe, and I do that a lot.
What color bathrobe do you got?
Well, not purple, I'll tell you that. It's not silver and black, I'll tell you that.
Oh, it's newly red.
It's a lot of red and gold.
Let's see.
So when they start putting our show on YouTube and streaming it.
Yeah, when they do that.
Well, am I going to have to put pants on during the show?
No, of course not.
Where's the camera going to be? It's not going to be under the table.
No, it's just it'll be
2 balls and 1 strike on the batter.
Yeah, yeah. They're starting to just roll it out. They haven't really promoted it or anything. They're just kind of working the bugs out of it right now.
Yeah.
And the other day, look, I'm not Bill King. I don't eat popcorn during the show, but I was kind of hungry and I took a bite of something and somebody snapped at me. Why are you eating? And I was like, I hate being on camera because they're like, what are you doing eating? I'm like,
not going to like this.
And finally, I texted the guy back and I said, I'll tell you what, clearly you don't have a job because you were listening to our show at 11 o'clock. So how about I come over to your house?
Wow, they're already commenting on that?
And sit on your couch and tell you when you can eat.
Well, I'm going right to no pants. Wow.
But no, they can't see if I'm wearing pants or anything.
No.
Nothing like that.
It's going to be like when I had that TV show, The Happy Hour. Remember that with Ray Ratto? Decidedly unhappy Ray.
You look very
Kelly
happy
Johnson,
on that show.
Kelly Johnson.
I feel bad for
Same
Kelly.
idea. Let's put a radio show on TV. Damn, really?
How long did that last?
You got to do that? So we're going to do that every day. Is going to be the National No Pants Day when we start.
National No Pants Day. The problem with that show...
We'll talk about the first thing that pops up.
Wasn't the problem with that show is they said it was called Happy Hour or something, right? And then you couldn't drink. What the hell is that about?
They wanted us to drink, and they said, you know that radio show you do with Lund when you swear a lot? We want you to do all that. It's like George Carlin, except forget the 7 words.
Right,
Say
and then
whatever you want,
after a while,
drink, do whatever. They did one show, and the corporate
drinking.
executives are like, "Wait a minute, we can't drink on the air. You can't say the words you said." I'm like, what?
Exactly. But are you guys? I mean, I never understood. Now, what are the rules with cable? I mean, you're on cable. Can't you say whatever you want?
It's also NBC Universal.
Oh, I see. So it's like ESPN and Disney, right? So
but
it's
now
like,
the people are going to be able to see us on YouTube, John. Is that going to change? Are you going to like comb your hair, brush your hair?
No, it's too late for that. No.
What are you going to do?
I have this perpetual messy look whether I'm trying to, like, it's amazing. I can wake up and it looks the same as if I tried to comb it, so I don't even try anymore. Because
You got the Ashton Kutcher.
What's the point?
You got the bedhead.
Yeah. Yeah, I do YouTube stuff and everything, and I get much more comments on, like, whatever I say throughout the whole show, I don't get comments on, but the way I
what
look.
you look like.
Right. I get a lot of that.
Right.
I get a lot of that. So, it's all right. Whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't bother me.
National No Pants Day.
National No Pants Day.
On
There was
Cinco
one
de
more.
Drinko.
There was one more day.
Wow.
Oh, I wanted to ask this for you. The other thing that it is today beyond Cinco de Mayo Day is it's National Hoagie Day. So what
Hoagie?
do you, yeah, so
like a steak hoagie?
Like any hoagie.
Like a
So
sandwich?
I don't really call sandwiches hoagies.
They do in what city? Philadelphia, they hoagies?
It
You got
depends,
grinders,
right?
you got subs.
You got to be careful with grinders.
Every
Yep,
city's got
grinder.
a different name. So what's the difference between hoagies and subs?
I don't know. Could somebody
looking
tell
at
me
it
that?
right here.
That's
I
exactly
think
what I
it's
want to
more
ask
of a
you.
regional.
There's hoagies,
So
there's
today's
subs.
National Hoagie Day.
Today's National Hoagie Day. So subs, grinders, hoagies, whatever it is you like
All
to
right,
call
it's
them.
Philadelphia, as I said. The term hoagie is most commonly used in Philadelphia and South Jersey, South Camden,
Hey, gonna get
South
you a hoagie.
Paul. So it's a hoagie in Philly.
Yeah.
So Jersey Mike's makes a hoagie. So what's the difference? Is it bread?
I think it's
is
the
the bread
same.
different?
Where's Ike when you
is
need
the
him?
bread different than a sub? What's the difference between a sub and a hoagie?
See, that's
or a
what I-
grinder, John? What's a grinder?
What is a
How do
grinder? Like, what's that?
Well, that's what you're going to be doing at midnight tonight when Laney comes back to the room. But
I'm usually
what is
passed
the
out.
difference between a sub, a grinder,
I don't know.
a hoagie? What else are we missing?
Let me check the text line, see if anybody knows.
Yeah.
Is it just kind of like soda? You know, it's a different name based
Soda
on the
or
region.
pop. Yeah, where I'm from, it's always pop.
Right. So is it like
Pop.
it's just regional? There's no difference, but it's just a regional.
The
You know?
grinder may have its origins among Italian-American laborers. In the dockyards of New England, grinders was an Italian-American slang for dock workers, was a grinder, and they ate sandwiches there. I think they're just a regional way to describe the sandwich, but is there anything different? Would it be the bread that would be different between a grinder, a hoagie, or a sub? I think
Could
they're
be.
all the same. I think they're all the same. But today's National Hoagie Day.
Yeah, hoagie.
So
see,
where do I
yeah,
get
so
the best
look, this
hoagie
guy's
in the Bay Area?
This guy's texting in. It could be a hero, a New Orleans.
hero as well.
Right. In Nolans, it's a po' boy, right? So I mean,
no, but that's different.
That
Po'
is
boys
that
got-
is a
it's all
specific
bread,
sandwich.
and they put a little bit of what do they put in there?
Way too
Shrimp.
much
It's
bread.
it's so bready.
Yeah, it's way
no,
too
po'
much
boy
bread.
is not. That's just a bread sandwich.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I forgot a hero.
A hero.
So what?
So some people call it
so
a
if I want
hero?
to get a hoagie on National Hoagie Day,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to do it without pants on, and just combine them all while I'm
And
having
drink
my
a margarita with it.
on Cinco de Drinko. Where do I get the best hoagie in the Bay Area? Where is
That's a
that? I
good
don't
question.
even know. Do we have a
right
hoagie
up the?
shop?
I mean, see, and the thing is, I mean, we're in North Beach. We're close to North Beach. I can walk to North Beach where I'm right now. I mean, that
Well, you want to go to Tony Jam and
right. But I mean, there's all sorts of great
See, it's a
Italian
hoagie
sandwich
roll.
shops up there.
I think it's the bread.
Okay.
It's a hoagie roll. So what's the difference between a hoagie roll and a grinder roll and a sub roll? I don't know.
So I think it's just regional.
I think it's the roll. Here we go. Hoagie roll recipe.
You think so? I think it's just regional.
Homemade
I think it's
pita
what
bread
everybody.
recipe.
Because I call everything a sandwich. I just call I'm
A
just,
sando?
Yeah, I just call everything a sandwich.
It's got to be different.
What is that?
than
It's a
hoagie.
sandwich.
A hoagie and a grinder and a sub.
Or
And a
sub.
hero. What's a hero?
I'm very confused. I should have brought this up. We're going to be here for
It's
10
going to be
minutes.
Steph Curry on Saturday night.
All right. I had a couple more, but I'll see if I can get to those a little bit later.
That
but,
goes well with a margie.
Oh, of course. What
It's a
doesn't?
nice hoagie.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that. I'm going to be like, even like this weekend. I'm not a huge wine guy, but I'll go up there and drink some red wine, do it with some bread. But see, that's just something to get, put something in your stomach, really. I mean, that's, the hard, crusty breads that you get and some cheeses and stuff.
Charcuterie.
Yeah, there you go, charcuterie. Which some people, my wife struggles with that word, by the way. She can't say charcuterie.
She can't say it?
No,
She
she struggles with charcuterie.
Charcuterie. Wait till after she has about 3 margies today. And you take her wide testing tomorrow.
Charcuterie.
Visa Tui. Go get Visa Tui.
Nice.
Get a loaf of bread, a bottle of wine.
That's the best. That is the best.
Some gabagool.
Yeah, just get something for
your
your
pants all green from the
stains. Yes, look at that.
Tequila.
Yeah.
What happened to
we
Larry
gotta mix
Smith?
it in. We gotta mix in a little
Larry
tequila.
Smith and the hard hats.
Can you do this dance, the Pee Wee dance?
Yeah, I only do it when I go to the movies, John, and I get the extra butter.
Yes. On that note, that is your Sweet Clean Extra Family
What do you think
friendly.
he's doing in a porn film? Leave the guy alone.
Give him a little room, will you?
Jesus.
Give him a little room.
Give him some elbow room. He wants extra butter.
That's never good.
Boy, that's salty and a lot of butter, yeah.
And as I said, on that note, we'll give you a couple of remnants before we get out of here. And then, of course, Kolsky in for Tolbert today. Tolbert's going to join at 2:15. Dalton Johnson, Marcus Thompson. They'll get you ready for more Warriors and Lakers talk. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great, and I do mean great, Mike Krukow. He joined Murph and Mac to discuss the Giants' pitching staff, looking like they're poised to turn a corner heading into the next homestand. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I get great sleep every night because my Sleep Number smart bed learns how I sleep and then helps me sleep better. It automatically responds to my movements throughout the night to keep me sleeping comfortably. Sleep Number beds help you get proven quality sleep by allowing you to adjust for your ideal firmness, comfort, and support. My Sleep Number, because of the true herniated disc in my back, is 100, and I sleep great. Unlock your unique potential every night and sleep next level with Sleep Number, and now you can save $500 on the next generation Sleep Number smart bed, plus free special financing. It ends Monday, May the 8th, only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com, subject to credit approval. See sleepnumber.com for details.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcast. You're tuned in to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Let's update you on the poll before we get out of here.
Shining's not winning?
That's what I would have voted for. A lot of good suggestions, though, like you said. Passenger's one of my favorite. Chinatown.
Chinatown. How's Chinatown not in
awesome.
our poll?
That's an awesome one. Let me look here. Danny's big poll.
A few good men winning.
We got a close one here. This is what we like. A Few Good Men, 34%. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, 34%. The Shining, Here's Johnny, 25%.
Wow.
As good as it gets, 7%.
We have a tie, 34-34.
We have a tie.
And they can keep voting over the weekend, right?
Yeah.
For tomorrow?
Absolutely.
We got a report on that on Monday.
A Few Good Men and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest tied at 34%. The Shining still's in it, 25%.
Best Jack Nicholson film of all time.
Yeah.
So does Jack show up tomorrow night?
Yes, I believe so.
Does Larry David show up tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Rob Lowe, Diane Cannon.
What they do? What they put Rob Lowe in some cryogenic machine or something, stuff like that. Rob Lowe has looked this way for
What's going on with his hair?
Yeah, it's wild.
Rob Pelinka, the GM of the Lakers, looks more like Rob Lowe than Rob Lowe.
Yeah, Rob Lowe is like
Rob Lowe. What's he doing with his hair?
Easy Rider. That's a good call. Thank you on the text line from the 916. Our good friends up there.
Not a bad one.
That's a good one.
So have fun this weekend, John.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You're going to be dragging ass Monday at 10 a.m.
I'm letting you know now.
When are you coming back? Monday morning?
Yeah.
Are you coming back?
No, I'm coming back Sunday at some
John?
point. We have a lovely brunch at a spot you may have mentioned on Sunday. And, at that point, and we'll come home or we won't. But it's supposed to be a little chilly. Like if it was going to be sunny up there, I don't even know if I'd make the show on Monday. But it's a little chilly, a little rainy.
No. Giants come off a homestand and it's dark and dank weather. What's going on here?
I don't know.
You got the Brewers here.
We're obviously going straight from winter to summer because I saw in the East Bay next week it's going to be like 95. So anyway,
what do you think? Saturday night.
I love this question for you on a Friday.
2-1 Warriors. When we come back on Monday?
When we reconvene on Monday.
Yes, if we reconvene. You're going to be like, Mr. Poppins, the Napa Police. Do you know a Jack London? Never heard of him.
He says you would bail him out.
I want him on the air at 10 a.m. Yeah. You let him out by 9:15.
Yeah, let him in at 9:59 and we're good to go.
Yeah, just do it. Yeah, throw a mic in the cell.
Here's Johnny.
Cell blocked in. Here's Johnny Lund.
I'll say they're up 2-1. I like this matchup. I know they're probably just because they're coming off this win, so I'm overinflating the way I feel about this. But I think they got something here. Okay, so we'll see.
I agree with you.
I like
have fun. Happy birthday, Laney.
Yes.
Cinco de Drinko. No pants dance.
No
right
pants.
into the grinder, John. Got your whole weekend laid out for you.
Hoagies and grinders.
Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Drinko right now.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
And then the no pants dance tonight at about 9.
Yes.
And the grinder by 11.
Yes.
You're good.
That's the way we're going to do it.
It sounds like a night.
All right. Thanks as always, Danny and Walter doing a tremendous job. If you miss any of the guests today, KNBR.com. They were all tremendous as always. Kolsky in for Tolbert. Tolbert's going to be here about 2:15. Then he's going to take off down to L.A. with the team, and the boys are coming up next on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
There must have been a detour on the high road that night.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
True dat.
Turn it up. It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is happening? Adam Copeland and Matt Kolsky with you today. Tom Tolbert's going to join us actually in about 10 minutes or so at 2:15. I believe he's in LA getting ready for Game 3. If he's not there yet, he will be shortly after Warriors. Even the series that won last night and the sky is falling in LA. So funny how that happens. Like you were stoked going into that game thinking 1-0. It's looking pretty good. If you told them beforehand that they were going to be 1-1, I think they would have taken that. You're not supposed to go on the road and win 2 games. Anyway, against the defending world champs, by the way. We'll get into that a little bit more. Tom's going to join us at 2:15. We'll get a hit with him about the game last night and what we're looking at tomorrow for Game 3. Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors. He'll join us at 2:30 to talk more about this one last night. It was a beatdown of the Lakers. 3:50, Jeremy Affelt will stop by for his weekly conversation. We do have Giants pregame a little bit later at 6:15 tonight for a 3-game series with the Milwaukee Brewers. Tough pitching matchups against the Brewers this weekend. And then at 4:50, fun convo with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Matt Kolsky, good to have you, man.
Hello.
What's going on?
I'm just giggling thinking of all the different alternatives for the top of the show. You know?
Yeah.
What is your deal, man?
Yeah,
you could really go a lot different.
What is your deal? I've been wondering that, dude.
Yes, I am excited. I am happy to be here to discuss a thorough beatdown of the Lakers.
Dude, you're here
and
the sun's out. Well, I mean, it's not out, but it's light. It's light outside.
It is light outside.
It's daytime.
And I appreciate that.
Very muggy. Yeah, it's a little muggy.
Dude, we'll get a full weather report from Tim Webb later.
Yeah, the KNBR Weather Desk, the Weather Center. We actually only ever get weather reports. For those who don't know, like Raph is a weather maniac here. Marty's Raph, who's here on weekends and evenings off.
Marty's Raph.
With FP. I like to refer to him like that. I don't know his last name. He's just Marty's Raph. Anyway, he's a big weather guy. Some people are weather people. Mike Trout's like that. Mike Trout's a big weather guy.
You spending a lot of time with Mike Trout?
No, he was talking about it when he was mic'd up in the All-Star game. He was talking about systems. He's like, yeah, I love tracking weather and following that. People get fascinated by that stuff, dude. It's crazy.
When a cold front moves in and
there's a whole channel dedicated to it. You know what I mean?
At least one. Yeah, maybe multiple.
We don't need Weather 8, the Ocho. You know what I mean? But maybe we'll get it. Maybe it'll come in dodgeball too. Anyway, nice victory for the Warriors last night. Total beatdown. And it's tough to sort of look at. I mean, I guess if you were going to look at the numbers from last night, you'd probably go through the first 3 quarters or so to look at what the Warriors did to dismantle Anthony Davis and LeBron and them. They pulled the cord pretty quickly in the fourth quarter. End of the game was kind of brutal, huh? I mean,
ugly.
That final. How many points were scored in the final 5 minutes of the game?
I think between 2 and 6. It was not a fun watch. And
brutal.
I can't help myself. I watch that stuff, especially I don't think you know this because we haven't gotten to do a show together.
It's the first one we've ever hosted together, yeah.
I have a Jonathan Kuminga. I don't want to know, a bone to pick. I don't know what to call it. I have a crush on Jonathan Kuminga. I love him, and
you want to see him out there.
I want to see him out there more. So
you don't
wanted
really have
to
a gripe
see
today.
him.
Today's a tough day for you then, because it's tough day for that gripe.
Well, but you know what's interesting is, in many ways, last night was the game where he should play more, less loony, and obviously he didn't play a minute until the game was already decided, but I just don't totally understand it. I don't totally understand some of the way Steve Kerr has handled those 2 guys, Moody and Kuminga, this year. Now, Moody has gotten to the point where he's playing 20 minutes in a playoff game, and they were mostly the important minutes.
Right.
So it's just the way those minutes have distributed over the course of the year and then now over the last 3 weeks, it's confounding to me.
But that always changes. That happens every postseason, especially with competitive teams. Rosters get shortened up. And if you look at the course of the season, too, and we did this yesterday, there was a stretch throughout the middle part of the season where he hit a kind of a nice rhythm. Where he was starting, I think he started 8 of 21 straight games that he'd played in or something like that.
I mean, he's shooting like 40% from 3 since the calendar turned.
He was attempting about 2.5 a game and making 1 point something per game. He wasn't pulling down tons of rebounds, but he'd been effective. He'd been efficient. And it looked like he'd kind of hit a groove. His trajectory to me of all the young guys we looked at the start of this year, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman, I mean, PBJ, I don't think we had anybody expected much